about? Destroy them, Major. Destroy them. Hello? You're pounding the enemy. Your job's not to pound him, but to beat him. Don't you understand that? Stop losing your head in front of your men.
Phone sizzle as the chief
Hello?
listens to another.
Hello? Hello? Don't phone me unless you're ready to talk. Yes? Move some reinforcements up to back stern, but don't let him know it. He bites best takes his corner.
You don't need to be a military expert to know that I tag along at the heels of one of the most extraordinary commanders I have ever met. The final battle for Sevastopol is about to begin. As soon as the artillery duel is over. No one tells me that. No one needs to. Everyone senses it. Men with unshaven cheeks and red-rimmed eyes munching bread and swilling it down with water. They're careful about the water. There's little of it. But who can tell when next they may get the chance to drink? Who can tell how many of them will ever get the chance again? Bullets carefully apportioned among the fighters. Just a few rounds for each man. Machine gunners take practice aim along the barrels, but without using precious ammunition. And then the artillery hushes its angry voice, and a strange sound reaches our ears. Yes, Chief, but what is that?
It's the Romanians praying. Very helpful to us. We know that as soon as they've finished, the Axis attack will begin.
Ready, fellow Russians. 0 hour. Here come the fascists.
The battle has begun. The tanks are coming out from the left side of the valley. I can see running figures following them. Germans, half-naked Germans. They act as though they're drunk. Butts of their Tommy guns pressed against their sweating bodies. Only the officers are in full uniform. All have cotton in their nostrils because of the stench of corpses. The enemy advances in solid waves. Quicker and quicker their tanks come on.
Fire all calibers.
The Russian chief at his phones takes it in at a glance.
Armor breakers to advance. 5th unit to separate German infantry from tanks. Machine gun fire to be held. Fire ahead.
The big rifles open up now at the chief's orders. The armor breakers advance. Everything is enveloped in smoke. The German tanks break through, and several of our batteries have been silenced by direct hits. Now our machine guns open up, but the Germans advance behind their armor. The men are piling up like lava against our positions. Thousands of men cursing and praying as they wield rifle butts against human groins, ripped bodies with cold bayonets. Now, low overhead, the Luftwaffe comes into play, strafing the life out of Russian patriots. Our planes are outnumbered 8 or 9 to 1. The Nazi planes operate almost unpunished. Off to the right, the chief and his staff desperately bark orders. Beyond them, still further, an indescribable hand-to-hand battle. The German long-range artillery and monster mortars are now in action. Ours are knocked out by the Luftwaffe. Night has long since fallen, but night cannot wipe away the smell of fresh spilled blood. Night cannot cover the cries of anguish and pain that rise from the wounded. Night only makes more horrible the pools of gore which everywhere beset one's path. Sector by sector, the dive bombers plaster us. The enemy's infantry and tanks extend their menacing concentration. Everything indicates the imminence of a breakthrough. Having driven that awful wedge, if they can muster enough force to break our stubbornness in about 20 minutes of fighting, they can reach the road leading to Sevastopol.
We have held them, Comrade Correspondent. They have paused, waiting for reserves.
You couldn't have brought better news, should not be killed. Take me to your gallant chief. I must congratulate him.
Our chief is dead. You care to come and help bury him?
Beside a smashed gun lies the commander, enjoying at last the long sleep he had so much desired. There is blood on him. His men kneel beside him. Some of them cry. Then they carry him to his dugout. They press their jerseys to his wounds, that they may carry the blood of their beloved leader on their clothes. Then Should Not Be Killed places his cap on his chief's breast and says,
Give what you can, man. We will pay for a tank as a memorial. You understand?
There is not a dry eye in the place. And then the commander snores and wakes up and says,
What the devil? Payday already? Get their surgeon and the major, quickly!
The major comes and gets a dressing down from the chief. Seems he hadn't directed his end of the battle the way he should have. The surgeon can't be found, but the girl soldier Olga arrives. She examines the chief and says,
Your leg will have to come off, Comrade Commander.
Can it be done tomorrow?
Yes. I think it can wait till tomorrow.
Good. Should not be killed. You'll please call me in time for my operation in the morning.
In the morning, the commander loses his leg. A member of the military Soviet arrives and bestows not a tongue lashing, but a decoration on the major. And the Germans resume their attacks on doomed Sevastopol. There is not one building left standing in the city. It is July 1st, 1942.
As the fourth program of Words at War, we have brought you fragments from The Last Days of Sevastopol by Boris Voyetkov. The radio adaptation was by Richard McDonough of the NBC script staff. Boris Voyetkov was played by Stefan Schnabel. Others in the cast tonight included Barry Kroger, Martin Wolfson, Sam Wanamaker, Olive Deering, Alistair Kyle, Edward Frantz, Hester Sundergaard, Charlotte Holland, Joseph DeSantis, and Phil Clark. The original music was composed and conducted by Frank Black. The production was directed by Joseph Losey. Next week, you will hear The Ship, adapted from the novel by C.S. Forrester, the fifth program in Words at War, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations affiliated with the NBC network in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang, this is Ken Carpenter standing on your front porch and throwing our hat through the door for the 125th time. And if you don't throw it out, we'll come in and answer a few of your letters to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. As we hook into the international beams to all APOs and FPOs tonight, your old clambake appears to be not only sensational, but positively mediocre. And here's the man who told me to say that. Your master of ceremonies, that famous Hollywood star, that man among men, and that washout among women, Jack Benny.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello again, gang. This is Jack Benny talking. And listen, Ken, what do you mean I'm a washout among women? Did you get a load of that girl I brought to the broadcast with me?
She certainly is a load.
Well, you just don't know a good-looking girl when you see one.
Oh, I was only kidding, Jack. She's really quite attractive. Movie actress?
No, Ken, she's a plumber. I met her the other day when she came out to my house to fix a chain. I tell you, it was... Really, it was love at first sight. I walked into the kitchen, and there she was under the sink. I tripped over her Stilson wrench and joined her.
Well, I'll say that's one way of getting acquainted.
I'm glad I met her, though. Isn't she cute, Ken?
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, she has a pretty face, but I think her overalls are a little baggy.
Well, they may be baggy, Ken, but underneath them beats a heart of gold. And I'll tell you another thing. She's full of fun. She's got the darndest sense of humor.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, she's always sneaking up behind me with a plunger and snatching my toupee. And I'll tell you another thing. A girl plumber has to take good care of herself. You know, Ken, she doesn't smoke or drink.
Oh, she never drinks, huh?
Oh, once in a while she has a Drano and soda. You know? With a twist of lemon peel, of course. But outside of that, nothing.
Pardon me, men. This is Command Performance, I presume.
Well, Bing Crosby. A little nervous without hope?
Oh, yes.
I see, isn't it? Well, it's nice seeing you, Bing.
Nice to see you, Jackson. What's the big discussion, Ken?
Oh, we were just talking about the girl that Jack brought to the broadcast.
Oh, you mean Blowtorch Annie?
That's her professional name. So you met her, eh, Bing?
Oh, indeed I did. As a matter of
That's
fact,
her professional
I autographed her soldering iron on the way.
So you met her, eh, Bing?
Oh, indeed I did. As a matter of fact, I autographed her soldering iron on the way. Blowtorch Annie, I specialize in drips. Stands right there.
Can't understand it. That means drips from pipes. I'm no drip.
Pardon me,
Hope
friend.
would have had a better answer there.
Much better. Rochester would give you a better straight line.
I know.
Pardon me for any aspersions I might have cast, Jack, or any I may cast in the near future. And talking of plumbing, I'd like to stretch my own rusty pipes and funnel a greeting to Bob. Meet me at the Shamrock I'm Thirsty Morrow, 885. Red Berry at 726. In regards to Olson, Sawyer, Lee, and Fox at 729 from, Frank. Rather odd name here. Oh, yeah. Frank Sinatra, the kid sings. Boy knocks at 2. And hello to the Torpedo Kids, including Jules, Nebraska, Sackfullen, Black Dog Gallo, and Stinky Trailer. And for the Command Performance Club everywhere and Granddad Benny here, you must have been a beautiful baby.
Well, thanks.
Must have been a beautiful baby. You must have been a wonderful child. When you were only starting to go to kindergarten, I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now. When it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I'll bet you made the other kids bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, oh, baby, yes, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now.
I'd give to have my violin here. I was. You must have been a beautiful baby sung by Bing Command Performance Crosby. Gosh, Bing, I'll never forget the first night I heard you sing. It was at the Coconut Grove.
You remember the Grove days, huh? See, I had no idea you were that old.
You didn't?
No.
I love this boy. But, Bing, you must remember the night I walked into the Grove. Think.
Oh, yes, I remember well. You came in with that big lunch basket. You spread your blanket on the dance floor. The waiters formed a flying wedge, and out you went.
Well, it was my first visit to Los Angeles. In Waukegan, where I come from, a grove is a place to have a picnic. But getting back to what's on my mind, Bing, I lost Dennis Day.
Open manhole?
No, Navy.
Well, Jack, your loss is the Navy's game. Dennis was a fine broth of a bar.
Did I give you my dialect? Yes, that's true. He was a good singer. And he was so, Dennis was so unmercenary, you know?
Worked pretty cheap, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say cheap, but on Saturday night, when I used to hand him his pay envelope, my hand very seldom trembled. Anyhow, Bing, there's a great opportunity on my program for the right young fellow.
You mean?
I mean, snap at it, kid.
Well, Jack, if I hear of anybody, I'm going to let you know.
What's the matter with this guy? Does he have to have a ton of bricks fall on him or something? Bing, I wish you'd pay attention. I need a singer, and I'll take you just as you are. No audition or anything. I don't.
Very nice of you. Really sweet. You're sweet.
I mean, just what I heard tonight was enough for me, you know what I mean? Of course, and you won't have to do much. You see, I mean, you'll start at the bottom, but you'll work up fast. I mean, think of the chance this is. 5 years ago, nobody knew Dennis Day.
Today, he's scrubbing a deck.
That's not what I mean. I have a contract right here. Of course, there's just one thing. I want a character somewhat like Dennis. Can you act dumb?
Not dumb enough to sign that contract.
Boy's tricky. Now, Bing, come to your senses. I'm going to ask you just once more to work for me, and I want an affirmative answer.
You couldn't force a yes out of me with Annie's plunger.
Now, Bing, I wouldn't be too hasty if I were you. Think of your future. You know, there's
so little left of it, I'd rather not.
Don't be downhearted, son. Stick with Uncle Jack, and everything will be all right.
But Jack, I have my own radio show. It's a dozer,
You
but
have?
we have it. Yeah.
You have your show? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were in the road business at Paramount.
Well, you hit on something there, Dad. Hope and I have made so many road pictures, really. L'amour is getting soft shoulders.
Her curves are nicely banked, too. Did you notice? But, Bing, I was wondering, just for curiosity's sake, if you didn't have your own show, how much would you charge me a week to sing on my program?
Well, I don't like to make my business public, Jack. I tell you what I'll do. I'll whisper it to you.
Use my left ear. That's the better one. Okay, how much would you charge me to sing one song a week? Holy smoke, I wouldn't pay that to Sinatra.
Now, just a minute. Wait a minute now.
Heavens to Betsy.
$35 a week? That's not robbing you.
You never said that. You said 45. That left ear of mine never misses, brother.
Gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, this, after all, is command performance. Is about time for a little glamour.
Glamour? What's wrong with us?
That's what I say. Well, don't nobody answer that either.
Well, it seems the gentlemen of the AEF have written bales of letters requesting Miss Georgia Gibbs, whom they seem to love, love, love.
Georgia Gibbs? Is that her standing there?
Mm-hmm.
Say, she's cute. I'm going to see what she's doing later.
Listen, you stick to your plumber. I came in here empty.
Oh.
Brushing aside this romantic dialogue and clearing a couple of tired wolves away from the microphone, let me say it's all yours, Georgia Gibbs.
Thanks, Ken, Jack, Bing, and hi, fellas. Love to the Snaffy gang at 726 AR Sessions, Navy 230, that B-17 named Deanie. The 76th Ward at 952, Lieutenant Colonel Hearn at 709, and also at 709, Silent Bill, Zoot Nilsson, Hogjaw Myers, Stumblebum, and Fireball Lee. Also, the Broadway Glom somewhere between New York and the English Channel. The Glom, according to Sal Scamaccia, keeper of the Glom, is a little turtle on the USS... Mustn't give the name. So, fellas, here's the song you've asked me to do on Command Performance. I walk around heavy-hearted and sad. Night comes around and I'm still feeling bad. The rain's pouring down, blinding every hope I have. It's bitter and pattering, beating and spattering. It drives me mad. I don't know why. There's no sun up in the sky. Stormy weather. Since my man and I ain't together, it's raining all the time. Life is bare, gloom and misery everywhere, stormy weather. I just can't get my poor self together. Weary all the time, so weary all the time. Now when he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. I cannot go on. Everything in life is gone, stormy weather. Since my man and I ain't together, it's raining all the time. Keeps on raining all the
That was great, Georgia. I sure enjoyed your singing. I knew you'd love that one. Enjoyed your number. Get it?
Yeah, and he wants me to go on his program, Mr. Rooney.
Don't be so critical. I like to see you think of something witty that fast.
Listen, when Georgia was singing, I was looking and listening. I wasn't thinking.
Now, wait a minute. You'll have to pardon me again, gentlemen.
Carpenter's always butting in here.
Very rude boy, isn't he?
No, it's an absolute necessity. Whenever things get dull around Command Performance, it's my duty to break in and introduce the next guest.
You think we're dull, Bing?
Well, maybe inside here, but in front of the drugstore, we've fractured.
Oh.
Our next guest is a man who, well, on the other hand, I don't like to exactly say that without qualifying my statement by saying he's also very well known in the field of, well, one thing I'm sure of, here he is, that musical genius, that man of no words, Harpo Marx.
Well, Harpo, how are you? Good to see you. What do you say, kid?
Yeah, hello, Harp. What's cooking?
For a minute, I didn't think he was going to speak to us.
Say, Harpo looks hungry, Jack.
He does at that. Want something to eat, Harpo?
What would you like?
Get him a glass of milk. And a piece of raspberry pie.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid to interrupt again, but things are getting a little dull around
Carpenter.
here.
After all, we're handicapped.
Yeah, how can we hold a conversation with a guy who won't talk?
Oh, wait. Apparently, you aren't aware of the fact that Mr. Marks always travels with an interpreter. And of course, he's brought him along tonight. Gentlemen of the AEF, may I present Harpo's official interpreter and spokesman, Mr. Gary Cooper.
Hey, Bing, he got more applause than we did. When we
Get my things. I'm leaving.
Well, Gary, this is really a surprise. Doggone, I didn't know that you were Harpo's spokesman. So you travel around and do all this talking for him. Is that right?
Yep.
Well, Gary? Well, Gary, I'm glad you're here because we're beginning to have a little trouble with Harpo. Do you ever have any trouble with him?
Nope.
Well, I guess that's because you've known him so long. I mean, you're very close to him. You understand him.
Yep.
And he won the Academy Award. Hey, Bing, do you think you could get him to talk?
Nope.
Well, try.
Okay, say, Gary, we had a lot of fun when you were working at Paramount on For Whom the Bell Tolls, didn't we?
Yep.
What do you do? Oh, what are you doing now? You on a vacation?
Nope.
Oh, then you're getting ready for another picture.
Yep.
Is there a part in the picture for me?
Nope.
Well, I'll try one more question. Is Harpo going to play his harp tonight?
Yep.
This guy's beginning to crack like Silent Yoakum, isn't he?
Gary,
Yoakum fans back there.
Gary, what's Harpo going to play?
The harp.
He said something! Hey, he said something!
Gabby Barber, huh?
What selection?
Well, I hate to hog the whole show by talking too much, but Harpo's going to play Who Threw the Overalls in Mrs. Murphy's Chowder. I want to warn you, it's going to sound more like Stardust. Climb up on the harp, sonny boy, and play it like an angel.
For heaven's sake, Gary, what's the matter with him? He's groaning.
Naturally.
Naturally?
But he wants the groaner to sing with him.
Okay, Harpo. Sit right over there and pluck me on, boy. Lots of requests tonight for Blue Heaven, When whippoorwills call and evening is nigh, I hurry to my blue heaven. A turn to the right and a little white light will lead you to my blue heaven. You'll see a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room, and a little nest that's nestled where the roses bloom. Just Molly and me, and baby makes three. We're happy in my blue heaven.
and Gary Cooper. And say, Bingo.
Yeah, Jack?
Command Performance gets a lot of crazy requests. You know that, of course. Remember one night you had to mix up a bourbon and soda?
Hope drank it, remembered it well. What's for tonight, a Cuba Libre, Jack? What are we going to do?
Now, a letter from Private Phil Stearns, formerly of Sausalito, California.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Command Performance, these GI shoes we wear get heavy at times, but I've thought up a way to make them seem lighter. Please have Ann Miller do a tap dance wearing a pair of our 10-pound brogans. Fellas, Ann Miller.
Hi, fellas. Say, Ken, you know, those clodhoppers look pretty heavy. Could somebody help me on
Why, sure. Bing and Jack, be gallant and help a little girl with the shoes. You go right over there, Ann. This is Ken Carpenter, ladies and gentlemen. I have a microphone here and will report this amazing spectacle as I see it. Mr. Benny has a monstrous GI shoe in his hands and is about to place it on Miss Miller's tiny left foot. Mr. Benny is bending down. Now Mr. Crosby bends down. Now they're preparing to lace up the brogans. Miss Miller is wearing a beautiful ensemble this evening. Mr. Crosby is wearing, well, we'll skip that. It's a beautiful day out here today, folks. We can see the purple mountains in the background. Both teams look to be in great shape. The referee's about to blow his whistle. The horses are nearing the starting gate. Are you all set? Fellas, here's Ann Miller tap dancing for the AEF in a pair of GI battle wagons.
Thank you, Ann Miller. Now you know what it's like in the infantry. One of those shoes looks like my Maxwell. Hey, Bing, will you kill a little more time here? I got to go help Annie with her shoes. So long, fellas.
Stay right.
So long, Bing. We'll see you later.
Anyway, gang, one of the finest. May I join you, boys? And now removing Miss Ann Miller's brogans. This may go far into the night. One of the finest letters that ever pulled into Old Command Performance asked us to sing the song One Alone. And I'd like to bounce it off for the guys who wrote that letter. My hunch is that they're somewhere north of Rome tonight, still paving the long road to Berlin. But wherever they are, they'll know that this one is for them. One alone to be my own. I alone to know her caress. One to be eternally the one my worshiping soul possesses. At her call, I'd give my all my life and all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine. That sort of licks the platter clean for the time being, gang. It's swell getting together with you again. The best of the best from the mob here on Command Performance. And I'm saying goodnight for each one of them. Oh, just a minute. Harpo Marx wants to say goodnight for himself here. Harpo? So long from over here to over there.
Radio service.
Don't go away. There's more classics coming your way from Old Time Radio USA and the WOTR Radio Network.
It'd be great if life came with a remote control. You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes. So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here.
I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy. You know what? We should make an emergency communication plan. That way we're ready this year. At my dorm, we have emergency kits for earthquakes and wildfires, but I'm sure there's something more local I can send you with a link.
Okay.
Smart.
Protect your legacy. Visit ready.gov/plan for the tools and tips you need to start your emergency preparedness plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. They are our love bugs and companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life better. When we face unexpected challenges, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people and their pets. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Thank you to all our veterans on this Veterans Day. From Old Time Radio USA and the WOTR Radio Network.
Come in.
Sergeant John Kenneth Smith, Royal West Kent's reporting, sir.
Oh, yes, Sergeant. You volunteered to become a commando soldier.
Yes, sir.
You are, I believe, an expert with explosives.
Somewhat, sir.
We have decided to accept you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir. I'm proud of the honor.
We have decided to accept you because we could use volunteers of your experience on a special, very dangerous job.
Am I permitted to ask the nature of the job, sir?
I'm sorry, Sergeant. It's secret.
I volunteer, sir.
Good. You'll be ordered to a combined operations training center immediately. You need a few weeks there before you're ready for this work. Thank you, Sergeant Smith, and good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books and Wartime, presents the premiere of Words at War, a series based on the most important books to come out of this war. Stories of the battlefronts, of behind-the-scenes diplomacy, of underground warfare, of the home front, of action on the seas. Each is a living record of this war and the things for which we fight. Tonight's story is based on material from the recently published book, Combined Operations, the official story of the British Commandos. Words at War presents Hilary St. George Sanders, the author of Combined Operations, for a few introductory words. Mr. Sanders.
What you are going to hear tonight is not an actual extract from the book Combined Operations. It is an imaginative reconstruction of one of the most successful commando raids described therein. It does not pretend to be accurate in every detail. After all, why tell the enemy what he would very much like to know? But you may be assured that the incidents depicted either happened or might well have happened. In any case, here is the story, as told by a man whom we shall call Sergeant Smith. Sergeant Smith of Number 2 Commando of the Combined Operations Command.
Actually, Smith is not my name, but for reasons of military security, I must be Smith.
So this is what I'm supposed to make commandos out of, is it? Let's have a look at you. You, what's your name?
Smith, sir. Sergeant John Kenneth Smith, Royal West Kent's, assigned to Combined Operations.
And you?
Corporal E. Provan, Piper, Seaforth Heelanders, assigned to Combined Operations.
Carrying your bagpipes with you when you arrived, I noticed. What made you volunteer for Combined Operations?
I heard you needed one good man in the outfit, sir.
Hey, boss, while you're at it, how come you're in this man's army? I thought the Irish were supposed to be neutral.
The Irish are neutral. But who the devil do you think they're neutral against? You think we want the English to be beaten and have no one to fight with after the war? And you? Who are you?
Private Edward Murphy.
Murphy?
Murphy.
Glory be to the saints. And what sort of a name is that? Irish?
Why, sure. Me, I come from Brooklyn, boss.
And in what part of Ireland is that?
It ain't. It's in the USA. Brooklyn is a city of which New York is a suburb.
Oh, a Yank, is it? And I suppose, like a good many more of you I've met, you couldn't wait for the States to get into the war. You had to rush up to Canada and join up. Is that it?
That's right, boss. Me and Piggy O'Donnell from Canarsie. We done it together. We was sick of going to Ebbetsfield to throw bottles at the umpire, so we decided we'd get into some real fighting. So we hops in a train and gets to Canada.
Spare me the complete story of your life, please. Piggy O'Donnell. With a name like that, you'd think he'd be a good soldier. Why didn't he volunteer for the commandos?
Piggy didn't come back from Dunkirk.
Company! Now, you men have been very carefully chosen from all the volunteers for combined operations. You're all supposed to be outstanding. Mentally, physically. But let me put you straight. Up to now, you don't even know what soldiering is. When you finish commando training, if you finish it, you'll be worthy of that uniform. But now listen to me carefully. Combined operations means just what it says. Attack and raiding operations in which the Army, the Navy, and the Royal Air Force work together. We don't go in for petty discipline here. Every man is on his own, more or less. We expect you to obey the rules. Too many lapses and you're out. And once you're kicked out of the commandos, you couldn't get back in again if you were His Majesty's fifth cousin. Another thing. We work in twos in the commandos. Pick yourself a mate, work with him, stick with him. You'll find it pays. And now I see you're all very tired. You've had a hard day, and some of you can hardly keep your eyes open. So I'm not going to keep you standing here any longer. Piper Provan.
Aye, sir.
Pick up your bagpipes and take your place at the head of the column.
We're going someplace, Sergeant Major?
Yes. We're marching to Edgemere and back.
What?
It's only 22 miles the round trip.
22 miles?
Room. Cut. Right. Turn. Fire the left. Wait. Hurt. All right, hit the key. Hurt.
We climbed cliffs. We did exercises by eights together, balancing logs 9 inches thick on our shoulders. And we learned to handle one of the most devastating instruments of death known to modern warfare.
Now watch me close, boys. This cottage is a strongly held German position. We're the demolition squad. You, over there. You're the protective squad. Open fire on the Germans. That'll give us a chance to work. Now, boys, while the enemy's supposed to be in that house is engaged by the others, we'll get our little gift ready for him. Take this satchel charge. It's a number of blocks of TNT held together with wire with a satchel handle for carrying it. We set the fuse, like so. We insert the igniter, like so. Now, while our own fire covers us, we run to the house, ram it up against the wall. Now, run back like blazes. Run, you terriers, run! Down, boys! Down on your faces! Down!
So that's what a satchel charge does, eh?
Look at that cottage.
Where the heck is it to look at?
Blown to smithereens.
As you can see, boys, these satchel charges can make the Nazis very unhappy. But be careful. Please be careful how you handle them.
Oh, Sergeant Major.
Yes, Timmins?
Could I have one of them things for my mother-in-law?
The colonel in London had told me my mission would be dangerous. He hadn't told me quite how strenuous commando training would be. We marched and doubled and marched and doubled and marched again over all kinds of country. We swam rivers in full equipment and crossed them on bridges made of toggle ropes. And we ran the gauntlet over specially prepared assault courses.
Hey, Brooklyn! Hoist me!
Follow me, boss!
Get a move on you there!
But, boss, these bombs are real.
Aye, and the bullets, too. Look, you smashed the bayonet of my rifle. Half an inch lower and I'd have been ex-corporal for a van.
Blimey, Sergeant Major, this game of yours is too dangerous.
Real bombs and ammunition, is it? And what do you think the Germans will throw at you? Spitballs? Get going and take that objective.
We wrestled and boxed and learned jiu-jitsu and how to swim in from the sea, holding our Tommy guns over our heads. We learned the tricks of handling the 2- and 3-inch mortars, an anti-tank rifle, and how to use the rifle butt on human skulls. We learned to hunt tanks and their crews, to storm pillboxes, and to march, 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 march. This was learning the trade of war. But commando training gave us mastery of our own minds and bodies, too. Strengthened our mental and moral makeup. Built within each of us the self-confidence and self-reliance the good commando soldier must have. I remember well my first lesson in this. It happened one evening after we had finished a 33-mile forced march. We were sitting around singing while Scotty played his bagpipe.
That was a bit of all right, that was, Scotty. Encore. Come on, Scotty.
No, I didn't feel like playing more than no lads.
Hey, Scotty, swing out with Chattanooga Choo-Choo, or can you on that contraption?
Why, Scotty.
Aye, Smitty?
I swear, man, you're the saddest-looking Scots piper I've ever seen in my life.
I suppose I am. You see, lads, I'm in love, I am.
Oh, in love?
I mean it, lads, with the sweetest lassie north of the border. It was home on furlough I was to be married to her. Then came the word I was accepted for the commandos, and I was called back, with only enough time to give her a wee kiss on the red of her cheek.
Yeah, but why get a crying jag on about it?
It's the song Brooklyn, lad, the banks of Loch Lomond. You see, Maid, that's her name. She's a sentimental lassie, and she says that's our love song. She was singing it. You see how it is. Look, here's her picture.
Oh. Well, she's very lovely, Scotty. Isn't she? Congratulations, Scotty.
Oh, my, she's a beauty, ain't she? Hey, here comes the great Snigglepuss himself, boys.
Hi, the Sergeant Major's riding one of them Yankee Jeeps.
Gee, it's good to see you, boss. I wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight if you hadn't come back.
I see you're in fine fettle, Murphy.
Honest, boss, I'm not kidding. I was just saying to the guys, if the Sergeant Major don't come back before they sound lights out, I said, I won't be able to sleep.
Well, there'll be no lights out tonight.
Huh?
You're on your own, boys. The next parade's at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning at map reference A144G16 on your scout map. A144G16.
6 a.m.? Where'd he say?
Did you say map reference A144G16, Sergeant Major?
I did.
Well, let's see. The scale is... Well, that's 73 miles from here.
That's right. It is.
Well, for the love of... Well, that means we got to ride all night. Okay. Maybe this is your idea of fun, boss. When the lorries be along to pick us up?
There won't be any lorries, Murphy.
Huh? What's that? No lorries?
But Sergeant Major, how are we supposed to get there? It's 73 miles away.
That is your problem. Be there at 6 a.m. or you'll be on a charge. Absent without leave. Good night, commandos.
We got there, all right. Every man as best he could. By what you call hitchhiking, on Shanks' mare, riding freight trains. Yes, we were beginning to realize by then that as commando soldiers, we were expected to solve our own problems. But finally the day came when we stood on parade. Those of us who had come through the grueling training, on parade under the happy, contented glare of our Sergeant Major. And we heard our commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Newman, say,
"Well, men, you've come through all right. You're now commando soldiers, but you have no time to rest on your laurels. From now on, you'll continue training constantly, side by side with the naval units of the Combined Operations Command and the RAF. Those of us who are lucky will carry out raids on enemy territory. Those of us who are extremely lucky will return from them. And between raids, we'll continue training. We'll never know when what looks like a training operation will turn out to be the real thing. Welcome to Number 2 Commando.
The colonel knew what he was talking about. For weeks, in all weathers, we trained with the naval arm in craft large and small. Much of this I am not at liberty to describe. But I can tell you about one cruise that we took for reasons other than the good of our health. We'd gone aboard this vessel one day in March 1942, and under orders went below and stayed there. In the wardroom, Brooklyn was attempting to teach Scotty a rather non-bagpiper's tune.
No, Scotty. Listen. This is the way it goes. You leave the Pennsylvania station round 3:45, read a magazine, then you're in Baltimore. Dinner in the diner. Nothing could be finer to have your ham and eggs in Carolina. I'll try that part.
You'll have me daft with your Yankee airs.
You're just seasick, Scotty. When do we get back ashore and make a regular jive bug out of you?
Yes, when do we get back ashore? We've been going for hours in this here ship we have.
Why me if we ain't, Timmons? What's it all about?
Does anyone know the name of this ship?
Why me if I do? You, Sergeant Major? Hey, where is the Sergeant Major?
As soon as we saw Colonel Newman and the troop commander, we knew something was going to happen.
Men, this is it. We're on our way to raid Nazi-held territory. This ship, HMS Campbelltown, was formerly the USS Buchanan. No doubt you've noticed the changes that have been made in her structure and the clumsy way she's been steering. That's because she's packed to her bottom with tons of explosives and scuttling charges. Makes her hard to handle.
Scuttling, sir? Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes. The Campbelltown's to be scuttled in the port of Saint-Nazaire. Saint-Nazaire has the only dry dock on Europe's west coast big enough to accommodate the Nazi battleship Tirpitz. We're going to ram the Campbelltown against the gates of the lock leading to the dry dock and keep the Tirpitz out of the Atlantic. We're going to ram her at exactly 0130 tomorrow morning, about 20 hours from now. The Navy men will take care of the scuttling and set the time fuses for the delayed action charge that will blow up the ship many hours later. While they're doing that, we of Number 2 Commando will be ashore, destroying powerhouses, bridges, and other objectives. We'll have just 2 hours to do our job. Complete instructions with map references will be issued in an hour. Any questions?
Are we alone in this operation, sir? Or are the motor launchers that were with us when we started out still around?
As you'll see when day breaks, the MLs are still with us. We have also a destroyer escort. The MLs will take us off at the old mole in Saint-Nazaire when our job is done. Anything else?
But suppose it fizzles, sir. Suppose the delayed charge and the ship fails to go off, and suppose we can't manage to ram her against the lock gates. What then?
We've got a plan to cover that. Sergeant Smith.
Sir.
This is the job I spoke to you about when you volunteered for combined operations. Your particular job is to get ashore with your section just as soon as you possibly can when the ship rams the lock gates. Go to the powerhouse that operates those gates and destroy it. One way or another, we'll keep the Tirpitz out of the Atlantic. Any further questions? Very well. Carry on.
Oh, that's it.
I'll lay you 50 to 1 that none of us comes back alive.
Well, what do you blighters want to do? Live forever?
I'll take you up on that bet, Timmons. Even if I lose, the odds are too good to pass up.
Yeah, you're Scotch,
but
all right.
I'll not lose. I've got to come back. I'm going to be married a fortnight from now, and my girl would be very insulted if I showed up for my wedding in a shroud.
Come on, give us a song, Scotty.
Yeah, come on, make us Chattanooga choo-choo, Scotty.
No, Brooklyn. Somehow I don't feel like playing the pipes. I think I'll just lay down for a while and think, if you don't mind.
Throughout the night, And the following day, the force moved steadily toward Saint-Nazaire, constantly risking discovery. But we were in luck. Now it was close to 1 a.m. of Thursday, March 28th, and the Campbelltown's nose was quietly poking its way up the estuary. Every one of us knew what his job was. We were all on deck, waiting for the crash.
Hey, Smithy.
Yes, Scotty? What's eating you?
Hampton's overhead. Am I right, Sergeant Major?
You are? Those Hamptons are on their way to provide a diversion. Them RAF lads are our decoys. While the Nazi places searchlights on the planes, he can't turn them on us.
Look at that bloomin' flag.
There's most of it traces, too.
John, if it don't remind you of Coney Island on the 4th of July.
Those Hamptons are laying plenty of eggs in there.
Yeah. Let on deck, everyone! Let on deck, they've spotted us!
Full speed ahead! Force drop!
Hey, you blasted nasties. If you don't stop shining that searchlight in my face, I'll be letting you have it.
Never mind the whisper now. They've spotted us.
Lie flat! We're about to open fire! Lie flat on deck!
Then it began. German searchlights ashore flooded the estuary, revealing in sharpest outline every ship in the force. The Campbelltown was still nearly 2 miles from the lock gates. From shore, the tracer shells came pouring in beautiful illuminated arcs. Our ship's bridge was being heavily battered. The deadly rockets hurtled out from Nazi batteries to smash through the gallant ship or ricochet from his sides like exploding stars. Her foredeck was afire. Masts had toppled. Funnels sheared off. But her skipper, Lieutenant Commander Beatty, sent his ship tearing full speed ahead toward the lock gates.
Ready, boys? Don't lose your bearings. Be on shore when our jobs are done. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Smith, you and your men get the powerhouse.
Right, Sergeant Major.
Right. Now brace yourselves. He's going to hit the gates, and when she does...
Murphy, lad. What is it, Scotty? We're supposed to crash at 0130. It's now 0134. Will you kindly go up and tell the captain that there's a Scotsman aboard his ship who doesn't think much of his navigator?
Oh! Get ashore! All right, let's go!
The wild skill of the pipes gave us heart. We charged ashore. Our covering parties protected the demolition parties while dynamite was set and discharged. But the enemy could fight too, and many a fallen commando soldier attested to that fact. Up went the pump house, and after it the lock gate power station. My own particular job, accomplished unfortunately at the sacrifice of 2 brave men. Building after building was set afire. For our allotted 2 hours, we worked like madmen. And when 3:30 came, the Sergeant Major pulled us together at the appointed place.
Everybody here.
All that's left.
Where's Timmons? Cochran? Thompson?
Timmons, coming ashore.
Cochran and Thompson died in the powerhouse.
Yeah, so did Willis and Peabody. The pump station.
You've been hit, Murphy.
Yeah, it ain't bad. That ain't exactly tomato juice that's coming out of your own sleeve there, boss.
Down! Down! Machine gun next to that doorway! How many did they get?
I don't know. Looks as though they got all except you and Scotty and Brooklyn and myself.
Take me off that list, pal.
Did they get you, Murphy, lad?
Not bad, boss. Just 8 or 9 in the belly.
Hold on, lad. We'll get you down to the dock in the old mole. The motor launches will be waiting there to pick us up.
The heck they will, boss. They're way overdue now. And if those MLs are still sticking around, they'll be pounded to bits. He's right, Sergeant Major.
Even so, we can still pull through. You'll find some way back to England. Now just keep your chin up, Murphy, lad. First, I've got to figure some way of getting that bunch of Nazi machine guns in that house. They're just waiting for us to show our heads.
You let me worry about them dirty bums, boss.
Brooklyn, what are you doing with that satchel charge?
What's that? Murphy, don't light that fuse. It'll do us no good. You think you can throw that satchel over there? It's nearly 30 feet from here to that doorway.
Don't worry, boss. I ain't gonna throw it. I'm gonna take it over, personally.
Murphy, stay here. You want to be killed? Stay put. Now, that's an order.
Do I want to be killed, he says. You know what you can do with your order, boss? I owe those Nazis something for a guy in Dunkirk.
You'll never make it, Murphy, lad.
Heck, I won't. Anyway, what have I got to lose? Okay. She's lit. Smitty.
Yeah?
Heave a couple of grenades at that door and give me a chance.
All right, Brooklyn.
And Scotty. Aye, lad. Play something on that machine of yours, will you? Play Chattanooga Choo-Choo. I'd rather hear Glenn Miller do it, but... Okay. Let go with the grenades.
Here goes! Good luck, Murphy. Don't stumble, boy, or we'll all be dead horses.
He'll never make it. He'll cut him down before he can...
That's what you think. Stop!
As I have said, a satchel charge is a terrible weapon. Its effect is deadly. Its range is wide. There was no more machine gun fire from that house. There was no more house. No more Brooklyn. No more Irish Sergeant Major. No more Scotty. I shall never know how I escaped the effects of that satchel charge. And you won't know, at least not yet, how I escaped from France and returned to England. I can tell you that next morning, nearly 400 Nazi officers and men were aboard the Campbelltown or on the dockside, the pick of the Nazi crop in that area. Precisely at noon, when they were deep in the bowels of the ship or close by her, our delayed charges went off, blowing them all to Helgoland. But military security forbids my telling you more, at least until the war has been won. Meanwhile, we commandos are awaiting the biggest raid of all, bigger than the ones on Saint-Nazaire, on Dieppe, and on North Africa. The raid on Hitler's fortress Europa itself. It will be successful, we think. All the more successful for the knowledge that we have gained of the enemy in the past. Knowledge gained through the sacrifice of boys from Brooklyn, Cockneys from Lambeth, Irish sergeant majors, and gallant youngsters who will never meet again on the bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
Have heard the first of a new series of programs called Words at War. Stories told by men and women who have seen them happen, adapted from the most important books to come out of this war. Tonight's story was written by Richard McDonough of the NBC script staff and was based upon a portion of Hilary St. George Sanders' combined operations. Next week, you will hear Wendell L. Wilkie's One World, with Mr. Wilkie himself taking part in the program. Our cast tonight included Les Damon as Sergeant Smith, Jackson Beck as the Sergeant Major, and Walter Kinsella, Ian McAllister, Victor Beecraft, and Roger DeCoven. The original music was written and conducted by Frank Black. The production was under the direction of Joseph Losey. This program has been presented in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This program came to you from New York.
Words at War.
Out in the South Pacific Ocean, there was great faith and a lot to be learned in the last 2 months of 1941 and in the first 4 months of 1942. There was great faith.
The United States will never let the Philippines go.
Manila. We'll show those Japs what it means to play in the big league.
We'll have reinforcements any day now. Lexington is off the coast. We're getting planes
Those
tomorrow.
are our planes. They must be ours.
And a lot to be learned.
Disperse your battleships. Never anchor in a straight line.
Pretty straight lines. Excellent targets.
Disperse your airplanes to a number of small scattered landing fields. No line formations when on the ground.
Straight lines, like the clay pipes in a shooting gallery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clay pipes in a shooting gallery with a Japanese eye behind the gun. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 planes in a straight line down there, and a Japanese eye behind the gun above them. The Japs can't fight. Why, they can't even shoot.
Oh, they can't even shoot.
They call it Pacific.
Words at War. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, brings you another in its series of radio adaptations of great books of this war. Each week at this time, we bring you selected dramatic episodes from some of the most stirring of our war-inspired literature. Tonight's story, They Call It Pacific, by Clark Lee, distinguished foreign correspondent.
They call it Pacific. Japanese-occupied Shanghai, China, late in November of 1941. I was sitting at a table in a nearly deserted tea room. Opposite me was American-born Sergeant Hajime Matsui of the Imperial Japanese Army. Jimmy, we call him. And now Jimmy is glancing cautiously around the room. He leans closer to me across the table.
I have a message for you from the Colonel, Mr. Lee.
What is it, Jimmy?
It was at the Colonel's suggestion that I asked you to meet me here. The Colonel says he believes that you appreciate Japan's national problems. He has grown to like you personally, even though your newspaper stories have been highly critical of Japan's conduct in China.
It could hardly be otherwise.
The Colonel has been informed that you have recently made inquiries as to whether the Japanese barracks near Shanghai would be used as an internment camp for Americans in the unfortunate event of war between Japan and America.
I certainly made no such inquiries.
Then perhaps you should have?
Oh, I see what you mean.
When you have some more tea?
No, thanks.
It has also been called to the Colonel's attention that you plan to go to the United States on home leave in about 2 months.
Well, that one's true enough, all right. And why not? It's been 5.5 years since I left San Francisco. Lord, 2 years in Hawaii, the rest of the time in China and Japan.
The Colonel takes the liberty of reminding you that there have been no regular trans-Pacific ship schedules from Shanghai for some months. There is a possibility that after the next 10 days, there may not be any way to get out.
The powder keg is just about...
Is almost certain to explode shortly and blow up the Orient with it. Mr. Kurusu, who is now on his way to Washington, will tell Mr. Hull that Japan is anxious for peace on Japan's terms. Terms that cannot involve surrender of any of the territory which Japan has taken in the past 4 years at the cost of so much blood and treasure.
And Mr. Kurosu will be told that Japan's terms are impossible, and then we'll go to war. What about yourself, Jimmy?
I'm here for the duration, or until I get killed. And there is a fat officer watching us from the other side of this room. I think you had better go.
Goodbye, Jimmy. I won't see you until after the war, unless we happen to come face to face in a trench. But I won't forget what you've told me. And thank the Colonel for me. When I walk across the room, fling the door open, here is the sparkling afternoon sunshine and crisp fall air of Shanghai. Rickshaw! Rickshaw! $1 for Go Chop Chop, corner Sichuan Road, Foochow Road. On our way now to the Dutch Lane ticket offices through the streets of Shanghai. The Shanghai of Japan's new order. Shanghai, China, with Japanese soldiers on the sidewalks jostling Japanese girls in kimonos. We're approaching the Garden Bridge, and there are Japanese soldiers on sentry duty. I'm not allowed to ride past these sentries, so I get out of the rickshaw, remembering to douse my cigarette. They stare at me with what we call the China face. Corners of the mouth turned down, chin thrust forward. Get out, they seem to be saying. Get out of the rickshaw. Get out of Shanghai. Out of China. Get out of the Orient, the Pacific, for this is Japan's new order. Well, I'm getting out. If I'm lucky, I'll get space of some kind down to Manila, then transship to the President Coolidge. I'm getting out, Tojo. But I'll be back.
Mr. Lee, Mr. Clark Lee, Mr. Clark Lee, Mr. Lee.
Over here, please. Mr. Lee's dancing in the pavilion. Plug it in right here at this table, will you, boy? I'll take it for him.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir.
Hello? Who? Oh, Mackay Radio, yes. No, this is Melville Jacoby of Time Magazine. Mr. Lee is with my party. Yes, all right, I'll take the message for him. Go ahead. Yes? Yes? Uh-huh. All right, shall I read it back to you? Here it is. Clark Lee, AP Manila. Desire you remain in Manila. Kent Cooper, AP New York. Right? Thank you. Well, did you hear that, Senor Lanez?
It is unfortunate. Clark is looking forward to getting home for a little while, I know. And I am sorry for myself, too.
Oh, here they come now.
I thought he would be my traveling companion on the Coolidge. Hello, Clark.
Oh, glad you could come, Roberto. So you've already met Mel Jacoby, huh?
Yes, we have been chatting.
May I introduce Mrs. Jacoby? Annalie, this is Senor Roberto Lanez of the Argentine Embassy in Tokyo.
How do you do?
Mrs. Jacoby.
After the first round, we dropped last names. Shall I order it now? Boy.
I'll have a Tom Collins.
No?
Same for me, please.
And I will have the same.
Tom Collins, all round.
Well, did you enjoy your dance?
It was wonderful. But everybody on the pavilion is talking war.
Yeah, it seems most of them are leaving on the Coolidge tomorrow. I'm glad to get out.
Maybe you ought to stay here in Manila, Clark. If you do go home, you might not be able to get back in time.
Clark isn't going.
Oh, darling, don't be depressing. Of course he's going.
What are you talking about, Mel?
A radiogram from Ken Cooper.
Huh?
I just took it over the phone. You want it word for word, Clark?
No, don't bother. I can imagine.
I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it, Annalie. I'll hang around with you two honeymooners until the shooting starts, if you don't mind. Well, Roberto, give my regards to the Golden Gate, will you?
Too bad we cannot do that together. Well, we can toast it. Here are the drinks.
I'll change that toast, Roberto. I say, here's to the first Japanese attack. Let them come to Manila. We'll show the Japs what it means to play in the big league. Mel, you've been here for some time. We're in good shape here in the Philippines, aren't we?
Oh, it seems so. I'd say there's some 2 divisions, about 30,000 Americans, besides the Filipino scouts.
How about our Air Force?
I should say there must be around 100 planes, 35 fortresses, and the rest pursuits. The Navy has a handful of PBY patrol bombers. That's not much. But if anything breaks, America can fly bombers out in 3 days now.
And Manila Bay is mined, and no enemy ships can ever get in there under the guns of Corregidor. Corregidor itself, of course, is impregnable.
Sounds good.
Do you mind if I ask, what do you think General MacArthur and Admiral Hart will do if war is declared?
He'll hit him and hit him hard, not waste any time about it. What do you think, Mel?
You bet. Our heavy bombers will probably attack Formosa and Hainan Island, mess up the enemy transports before they reach Luzon. Admiral Hart's patrol planes will spot the enemy ships, and the subs and destroyers and cruisers will tear into them. If any Japs survive to reach the islands, American forces will mop them up on the beaches and chase them back into the sea.
Well, it looks pretty good, How about another drink, boys and girls?
Well, it's getting pretty late.
None for me either, Clark. It's 2 o'clock, and I think we ought to get upstairs and get some sleep. Roberto, shall we see you before you sail tomorrow?
I certainly hope so.
Coming upstairs, Clark?
No, I think I'll stay and have a nightcap with Roberto. I'll see you in the morning.
Right.
This morning.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, Roberto, when we say goodbye tomorrow, it'll be for the duration. Any idea where you'll be sent next?
I have no idea, no. I think I would like to go to Washington.
You like the United States, eh?
The United States of North America. Yes. I think Argentina should know more about your people. You are such delightful hypocrites.
You may be right at that, Roberto.
Of course I am. But you have a sense of humor, and that is the great saving grace.
Not always.
You can't refuse me.
Listen to that specimen over at the bar.
Tomorrow? How dare you tell me what to do? You're just a policeman, a Filipino policeman. Well, go ahead, arrest me.
I don't want to arrest
Not a very
I'd
good,
like to see
good
you
neighbor, is
try
she,
it.
Clark?
We Americans are the ruling race here. You're nothing but dirt. Do you understand me, dirt? I'll show you. You can take that from me.
Mrs. Work, I must ask you to go upstairs to your room.
And who are you?
I'm the manager, don't you remember?
Oh, sure. Sure, you're all right, but him, he's trying to arrest me. I'll fix that dirty...
No.
Where are you going, Clark?
I want to talk to the constable.
But she was the wrong one.
Never mind her. I want to congratulate that constable. Come on.
And you have been telling me, mi amigo, that the Chinese in Hong Kong and the natives in Malaya and Burma will not fight for the British when war comes because the British have mistreated them and offered them nothing. Now, perhaps you are aware why Argentina says no when the United States asks for naval bases.
Sergeant.
Senor.
Sergeant, I'd like to shake hands with you. I'm Clark Lee of the Associated Press.
Certainly, Mr. Lee.
This is Senor Roberto Lanez of the Argentine Embassy in Tokyo.
I am Hilario Francisco of the Philippine Constabulary.
We both want to congratulate you, Sergeant Francisco, for the manner in which you behaved in the face of that woman's insults.
The lady was not herself, Mr. Lee. We of the Constabulary are expected to understand those things.
Yes, well, that's very tolerant of you, Sergeant. But it's time she learned how to conduct herself properly in these islands. She's an American. She ought to act like an American.
I, too, am an American, Mr. Lee.
Target. Neat rows of battleships and neat rows of planes. The Japanese bombers and machine gunners sweeping in from the sea find them without difficulty. Place, Pearl Harbor. Time, morning of December 7th, 1941. From alarm, through fear, to hatred, requires no great mental effort for Americans. But angry men shaking their fists at the sky cannot pour the splattered blood back into torn bodies, right overturned battleships, or straighten twisted steel. You cannot dam the torrent of little men with big machines. Sweeping southward through Indochina to Thailand, Malaya, and Java, eastward to Pearl Harbor and Hawaii, then westward to the Philippines. We wait in the Philippines for our turn and wonder what has happened to that precious plan we talked about so bravely.
Our heavy bombers will attack Formosa and Hainan Island and mess up the enemy transports before they reach Luzon. Admiral Hart's patrol planes will spot enemy ships, and our subs, destroyers, and cruisers will tear into them. If any Japs survive to reach the islands, American forces will mop them up on the beaches.
But it doesn't happen that way. We can't do that, you see. There has been a Pearl Harbor, yes, but the United States has not yet officially declared war. Huh? No use sending our bombers up from Clark Field and Nichols Field in the Philippines. They can't go anywhere. We haven't yet declared war. The pursuit planes are up all right, but they'll be down for lunch, all of them.
And they'll all line up in pretty, even rows, just in time as the Japanese Zeros hurl themselves out of the sun.
I'm afraid. I'm really and truly afraid.
Forget it, darling. We're doing all right.
Doing all right?
Don't you think so, Clark?
No, he doesn't, and you know it, Mel. Our airfields have been bombed and our planes wrecked. Manila's been bombed twice. Japanese transports have landed soldiers on Luzon. Clark saw some of them in action himself. And the naval base at Cavite has been bombed and badly damaged. If they smash Cavite, they can smash Corregidor, too.
No, Cavite will hold out all right.
There's nothing much to worry about, Annalie, except keeping your pretty head.
It's just a matter of time. Why, the minute that first bomb fell on Pearl Harbor, the United States got moving. From all over the country, those big bombers are flying to San Francisco. They'll hop to Hawaii and then on down to Australia and up here. They'll be here within a week. The aircraft carriers will ferry pursuit planes out from Hawaii
What are you
and...
staring out the window at, Clark?
Cavite over there. I thought I saw smoke. Maybe bombers overhead again. Probably not, though. I didn't hear any sirens.
We ought to go. You ought to be working.
Well, there's nothing to do now.
Well, you could be writing up that adventure of yours last week up in Pagayo. I never will understand how you got out of that one.
Nor I.
That's just it. What's the use of writing it?
Well, write it anyway.
Oh, it's no good, Mel. Not even Hollywood would go for it. All that stuff about being surrounded by the Japanese, fires and falling off cliffs and nearly stepping on landmines, and just not getting killed at Tarlac and the rest of it. Oh, it's too melodramatic.
Now, that's irony for you. Here we
Good
are.
Lord in heaven!
What is it, Clark?
What happened?
Cavite just blew up. Right in front of my face. And on the morning of December 24th, 1941, Manila newspapers carried the headline,
Manila declarada ciudad abierta. Manila declarada ciudad abierta.
And in the streets and in restaurants and in offices, I heard the people of Manila discussing this new turn of events.
What is this Ciudad Abierta, this open city?
It means that we are removing all our forces from the city and asking the enemy not to bomb it. The purpose is to safeguard lives and prevent destruction of that which we do not have the forces to defend.
Does it mean that the enemy is coming here? What has happened to our army? Why did the Navy men blow up Cavite? That is a mystery. But our army is fighting well. Have you not tried to communicate?
Maybe it would be better if we would fight the Japanese in the streets and from our houses, as they did in Odessa. Maybe we should fight them with our knives and bolos and clubs. Maybe it would be better to die fighting than to let them kill us later at their leisure. After all, if we hold them for a few days, help will be here from our big brothers.
They believed. Oh, how they believed. They knew that the big brothers would come. They knew that the United States fleet would come plunging proudly up through the islands, throwing airplanes inland from the decks of its carriers, and blasting the Japanese transport units to kindling wood and bits of torn flesh. And out on Bataan, they believed. They're fighting here on Bataan, side by side, the American Army and the Philippine Army. The aviators, without planes, now man rifles and machine guns. And the sailors from Cavite, without ships or a naval base, now man rifles and machine guns. They're fighting out here, side by side, on a dusty little peninsula called Bataan. And they believe.
Say, did you hear the latest story about what actually happened at Pearl Harbor? Within 4 hours after the attack, American planes located and sank the Japanese carriers that launched the bombing and fighting planes against Hawaii.
Yeah, that sounds like us, all right. I'll buy that report.
Yeah, and I hear the Army's got transports jammed with troops on their way to Wake Island. They'll knock the stuffing out of those Japs and sink all of their ships quick.
They say a convoy left Pearl Harbor yesterday with reinforcements for us. But keep that under your hat, will you?
They're going to have plenty of trouble getting through.
So what? The United States has never ducked a fight yet, has it? They'll get here okay.
I came over to Bataan from Corregidor, where I left Mel and Annalie Jacoby to report from the front lines. I wanted to see those Navy guys, especially. I wanted to see how the Navy fought a land battle. Well, they're fighting it all right. Losing more men than they should. Because they don't know how to take cover. And because they don't know Japanese trickery. But they're driving them back. Back toward the sea.
About mathematics with a mortar.
I come up on the other side of the ridge now, and there's Commander Frank Bridget.
Yes.
Surrounded by 5 Army field telephone sets, and using them all at one time.
Perez, you've got to lay a
Last
few
time I
shells in
saw
there
the
in front of
commander was
Lieutenant
in
Jackson.
Tokyo.
Yes, right. His center's under heavy machine gun fire. He can't hold out long. Captain Wormuth is here with me now. Just got here. Some other guy just came up. Oh, it's Lee. Hello, Clark. You sightseeing?
Hello, Commander. What would you give to be in an airplane right now?
So he's turned out to be a comedian. Perez, you have 9 rounds, right? Hello, Jack. Jack. Hold on, kid. I'll give you some help in a minute. Perez, you got 9? Now look, you've got to make every one count. You can't miss. Load your howitzer. Hey, Clark, this is Captain Wormuth. Art, meet Clark Lee. Get out of here, you two guys, will you? Till I get Lieutenant Jackson out of that trap down there. Perez, all set now?
I didn't know you reporters came all the way up to the shooting line.
Oh, sometimes, Captain.
Pretty risky.
Here it comes.
Yeah, we've got some of our dead along this path. Gonna bury them soon. Hope they don't bother you.
No, I've seen plenty.
There won't be much more of this. Convoy came in yesterday. Give us those men and the ammunition. We'll run these Japs off Bataan in no time flat.
That was just one little freighter out of 3 that tried to get through, Captain Weymouth. Not a convoy.
What's that?
Just one little freighter. I'm living on Corregidor. I saw it.
You're a dirty liar.
Sorry, Captain. I know how you feel.
All right, Lee. I'm sorry. Forget it. How long are you going to stick around?
We're leaving tomorrow on a freighter. We're going to try to get through to Australia. We'd like to stay, but the censors won't let our stories go out anyway.
Watch your step along here. Some more bodies. Who's we?
I'm going out with Mel Jacoby and his wife.
I know him. Time magazine?
Yes, that's right.
Just got married, didn't he? Some girl with an odd name?
Yes, Annalie.
Yeah.
She's great, too.
Must be. Say, look here. Look at this one. Oh, that's too damn bad. I knew this soldier. Look at that row of machine gun holes. They almost cut him in half.
See, I've seen him somewhere, but I can't...
Sure you have. That's Sergeant Hilario Francisco, the Philippine Constabulary. He used to be on duty at the Manila Hotel.
United States Army Forces in the Far East, Office of the Commanding General, to whom it may concern. This will identify Mr. Clark Lee. Mr. Lee is a representative of the Associated Press and has been accredited by this headquarters. He is now traveling on a special mission with military approval. All military organizations are directed to render every assistance to aid him to his destination. Douglas MacArthur, Commanding General. Think that'll do it, Clark?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you the same thing from Mel Jacoby. When you board a ship to leave the islands, if you're lucky enough to make connections, throw away your uniforms, your guns, passports, and all diaries and identification papers. When you get to Cebu, look up the names of some businessmen and learn enough about them to enable you to assume their identity if you're captured.
We'll follow those orders strictly, sir.
Well, goodbye, Clark. I hope you'll make it. And say goodbye to Anna Lee for me.
Goodbye, sir. Good luck.
And, Clark.
Yes, sir?
We will fight as long as we can hurt the Jap. But unless we get reinforcements, the end here will be brutal and bloody.
The Princessa headed straight out into the China Sea for about 10 miles, then turned south along the coast of Luzon. Eastward, in the darkness, was the Japanese city of Manila. Those were nervous days and nights. But we reached Australia at last to learn that General MacArthur had got there before us. We saw him later in Melbourne, and the bitterness in his heart was reflected in his face. The bitterness in his heart was reflected in his face. A few days later in Melbourne, Annalie, Mel, and I were saying goodbyes as usual.
Well, Clark, here you go again.
I'm not going to say so long to you, Mel. Nor to you, Annalie. When I get to Sydney, I'll phone you to let you know if these orders to visit New Zealand still stick. If not, I'll wait for you there.
Well, if you do go on to New Zealand, Clark, remember to look around for a line of retreat. From here, we can always get to Tasmania and then to the South Pole if the Japs come. But it looks like the only way out of New Zealand is to Easter Island and then to Chile. And that's quite a long jump in a canoe.
You two are always talking about ways out of places. I'm glad to see for a change you're both starting to go north in the direction of the Japs. Let's start a counteroffensive of our own.
What's this about north? Where are you bound for, Mel?
Just a few short hops with General George to inspect Australian airfields. Don't worry, Clark. I'll be here waiting for your phone call from Sydney.
I'm waiting in my hotel room in Sydney. The trip to New Zealand is on, after all. Now that eternal telephone again. Maybe it's the Navy calling to confirm airplane transportation. Hello?
Clark, Bad news, Clark.
Henley. What is it?
It's Mel. Mel was killed yesterday.
How?
They were at an airfield. A P-40 got out of control on the ground. It killed them both, Clark. Mel and General George.
What about you, Henley?
I'm all right.
Mel Jacoby was dead. And I went on. I went on through many scenes of a bloody pageant in an ocean they call Pacific. This next scene is far removed, for there before me now are the skyscrapers of San Francisco, the most beautiful sight I have ever seen in my life. There are 3 other scenes which I hope to live long enough to witness. I want to be there when General Douglas MacArthur raises the American flag over Corregidor again, and then hauls it down and with his own hand raises the flag of the Republic of the Philippines, symbol of a nation which has won its right to life by learning how to suffer and how to die. I want to be with Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek when he marches once again into Nanking after the last Jap has been killed or driven from China. And I want to see Jonathan Wainwright and Joe Smith and Arthur Weymouth and some Filipino scouts and Vandergrift and his Marines ride down the main streets of Tokyo. And with Admiral Halsey and his sailors, drive in tanks and armored cars across the moat and enter the Imperial Palace, while American airplanes fly overhead in clouds so thick that they blot out the rising sun.
As the third program of Words at War, we have dramatized for you portions of the popular book They Call It Pacific by Clark Lee. It was adapted for radio by Neil Hopkins, one of the NBC script staff. Clark Lee was played by Les Damon. Melville Jacoby was Sam Wanamaker. Anna Lee Jacoby was Joan Alexander. Other members of the cast were Fay Baker, Ed Begley, Bernard Lenrow, Louis Van Rooten, and Lon Clark. The original music was composed and conducted by Frank Black. The production was under the direction of Joseph Losey. Next week, Words at War presents episodes from the last days of Sevastopol by Boris Voyatikov. Vivid account of the fall of that Soviet Crimean port. Words at War is brought to you in cooperation with the Council on Books in Wartime, with the National Broadcasting Company, and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network.
Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back in just a moment.
It'd be great if life came with a remote control. You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the WASPs. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here. I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy. You know what? We should make an emergency communication plan. That way we're ready this year. At my dorm, we have emergency kits for earthquakes and wildfires, but I'm sure there's something more local I can send you with a link.
Okay.
Smart.
Protect your legacy. Visit ready.gov/plan for the tools and tips you need to start your emergency preparedness plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. They are our love bugs and companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life better. When we face unexpected challenges, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people and their pets. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Our salute to Veterans Day continues right here on Old Time Radio USA.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Hello, Africa. Hello, North Ireland and Panama and Australia. Greetings to those islands in the Pacific and Atlantic, to our ships at sea. Salutations to each and every fighting son and daughter of Uncle Sam the world over, and to our brothers and sisters of the Allied Nations. It's command performance time in the USA, so gather round to hear the stars of the American entertainment industry go all out to answer the requests of American soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen. And here is the first big star thousands of you have asked for tonight, your master of ceremonies, Cary Grant.
Thank you. Thank you, Don Wilson, and hello, fellas. You know, a lot of people in Hollywood can remember when the biggest thrill of a lifetime was getting a letter from a casting director. Now the biggest thrill is getting a letter from our new casting director, Johnny Doughboy, the director who cast this show. We like working for that guy, so let's start answering your mail. First, for the gang at APO 862, for Sergeant J.M., a very tough guy with a very tough job. A gunner on a bomber somewhere in India. For him, lovely Shirley Ross, with a song for the AEF.
years ago this very night, I left the port of Cork, and on a ship from Old Erin's Isle I landed in New York. Without a friend to greet me, there went a stranger on the shore. But I wore an honest Irish heart and fortune came galore. Well, here I am back again on dear Old Erin's Isle, and my friends, they meet me on the quay and they greet me with a smile. There was faces that I surely forgot, for I was so long away. But my mother, she introduced them all, and this to me did say, shake hands with your Uncle Mike, my girl. Shake hands with your sister Kate. And here is the boy you used to swing with on the garden gate. Shake hands with all the neighbors and kiss the Barneys all. You're as welcome as the flowers in May to dear old Donegal. Well, they gave a party when I came back, and they came from near and far. And the road was lined for near a mile with Ivy Johnson cars. The whiskey flew like buttermilk to set our heads a-whirl, and the piper played an Irish tune to greet the Yankee girl. So tomorrow out of the church I'll go, and wedded I will be to my tall and handsome Barney Von Sweet and Mickey McGee. For Mickey was true and faithful to his Colleen o'er the sea, and we'll join the harps and shamrocks to the stars of liberty. There came Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCarthy, Malachi, Mahone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley, O'Hooley, Madonnelly, Malone, Madigan, Shadigan, Lanahan, Flanahan, Fagan, O'Hagan, O'Houlihan, Flynn, Shanahan, Lanahan, Fogarty, Hogarty, Shelley, O'Kelly, McGinnis, McGinn. Shake the hand of me Uncle Mike and the hand of my sister Kate, and I'll hug and squeeze as much as I please the boys at the garden gate. We'll invite all the neighbors to our wedding, great and small, and we'll live content and pay no rent in dear old Donegal.
Thank you, Shirley Ross. And thanks to Walter Scharf and the orchestra from Republic Studios, appearing through the courtesy of Local 47. Well, men, there's a stack of mail here. Quiet. Well, men, there's a stack of mail here with return addresses marked Trinidad, Curacao, England, and from APO 860 and APO 959. One letter says, a lot of us Army slum burners would like to know what's cooking with a very funny guy who's done a lot of cooking in the movies. And we do mean the one and only Billy Gilbert. Well, boys, when last seen, Billy Gilbert had a white stovepipe on his head and a cook's apron around his perfect 54 waist. So, Mr. Scharf, a fanfare, please, and bring on Billy Gilbert. Well, hello, Billy. What's your trouble?
Oh, I just quit my job, you know. I not only did I quit, but I resigned, too. That woman I'm working for, she's the meanest. She's the nastiest. She's the ugliest.
Don't look now, Billy, but she's standing right beside you.
Not only is she the ugliest, but she is probably the meanest.
Billy,
She's the most repulsive.
Well, I like that.
You see, she's easy to please, too.
Billy, I'm afraid you're on your own. This is where I get off.
Yes, and this is where I'll tell him where he gets off. Listen, you, my guests are waiting for their dinner, and you walk out.
Well, I can quit if I want to.
Oh, no, you can't.
I can quit if I want to. And I want to.
Why?
Because I don't want to cook the kind of junk you want me I should cook for you.
What do you want to cook?
I want to cook the kind of junk I like to eat sometimes. She wants I should make that patty you can't eat it. I like plain stuff like hamburger steak smothered with onions.
With onions?
With yams. With onions? With yam. It's good with potatoes, too. And sometimes I like to make some nice soup.
Some soup?
Yes, some soup. It's very good, some nice some cream of asparagus nuts. A cream of expagnics mug. Cream of muxmacnics, Max? Soup is good for you. And you know what I like better as anything else?
What?
Bims.
Bims? What are bims?
What are bims? Bims, you know, that you sit down on a table and you pick up your fork and there's everybody knows what is bims. Sure, he's that Boston Buck bims.
I never heard of them.
Ah, you know, bims, those little bitty lumps, you know. You know, he stands in the middle of the plate. You push away the ketchup, and there is the bean. She looks like she never pushed ketchup. Boy, she looks like a ketchup pusher, though. I tell you. You know, it's those little... You eat them with you can... If they're loose enough. Like there's millions of them. Of course, that's not like human beams, you know. Oh, no, that's another kind of beams.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. Can you make anything beside bims?
Maybe you're right. Yeah, I make a dessert, that's right. Oh.
What kind of dessert?
I make every kind.
Well, what kind?
Well, my specialty is Boston cream pie.
How's that made?
You know, it's a pie. It comes from Boston. I don't know.
How's it made?
You make it like you make pie. It's a cake.
It's a cake?
Yeah.
Then why call it pie?
Because you... I didn't call it. That's the name from it. If that's what you want, that's how you gotta ask so you can get it. If you don't ask like that, then when you get it, it's not what you want because you didn't tell him, and he's going to bring you something else, and you eat it, and you're full of it, and it won't even taste like it. It'll serve you right if you're full of something you don't even know what it is. Next time you'll tell him, and then when you get it, it's going to taste more like you can have. Boy, are you mixed up. Boston cream pie is made with a big piece of cake like that. Yes. You cut out the inside, and then there's nothing in there.
Nothing at all?
Oh, wait a minute, will you? After a while, I'm going to push in a hunk of stuff. And that stuff is very loose, too. If you squeeze it, then it's going to... What do you want to squeeze it for?
I did it.
You did, too. It was thick. Look how skinny it is now. You gotta make it with the two pies, and you push the cake in...
That isn't what you said before.
Well, that's what I'm going to say behind. You push the pie behind the cake.
No.
You push the cake in front of the pie on top.
No.
On the bottom.
No.
In the middle.
No.
On the in the end.
No.
Well, it's gotta go someplace. You can't just kick it around and you lose it, you know. Why do I talk to you? I don't want to work for you anyhow.
Oh, don't say that. You're such a cute little fellow.
Now, listen, don't touch my nose because that's one thing I... Don't never do that.
Don't do what?
Don't touch my nose.
Why not?
That makes me sneeze, and I don't like that.
You mean if I just touch your nose like that, it makes you sneeze?
If you touch my nose anyways... Hit you. I'm going to hit you. You see that? I'll cut it out.
Cut what out?
Cut this. I did to myself. Hit you.
Thank you. Thank you, Billy Gilbert. And make no mistake about that lady, fellas. Billy Gilbert does take orders from her because that was Mrs. Billy Gilbert. Now, boys, it's jam session time right about now. So for hundreds of you at APO 810, 845, 957, 848, and 813. For those 12 sailors at Pearl Harbor who wrote on July the 4th. And for ECH on the USS Utah. We give you one of America's greatest bands. The tune, Amen. And the band, Woody Herman.
Two-faced woman and a jealous man, the cause of trouble since the world began. Take my chicken and my ham gravy too, but I draw the line when it comes to Bessie. La da 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 dilia zevo zevo. La da da di bazobo zizazo.
Thank you, Woody Herman, and all your boys. And now, fellas, here's a letter from Corporal J.R.B. somewhere in Australia. Goes like this. Dear Command Performance, my job is calling the shots when we sight a Jap submarine or battleship. And we do some pretty fair calling in our outfit. But back in Lincoln County, Nebraska, I used to be a pretty fair hand at another kind of calling. So how's about a load of my favorite art? Hog calling. Well, Corporal, your wish is our command. Those hogs are way up there on the South 40, so let her go.
Pig, 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 pig. Pig, 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 pig. Pig, pig, pig.
Market. Well, fellas, I know that almost every one of you has a special sweetheart that you write to. But here's one of the favorite sweethearts of the AEF that nearly all of you write to. Judy Garland. Come on, Judy.
Thank you, Cary Grant. I'd like to say hello to you fellas in Trinidad and to 8 officers at Cary for that June 30th letter. Thanks to Soapy at APO 955 and my best to his Reeds. And you men at APO 862, those recorded requests you sent in are wonderful. Love to you boys at APO 957. Hats off to Corporal SK and the gang in Rio Hato. Hello, Haggerty, and hello, McNally. My best to the boys on the USS Decatur. To APO 801C, to 3 Pineapple Soldiers at Fort Shafter, and to you fine people in Great Britain who write me such lovely letters. My goodness, I'll run out of breath. So love to you all everywhere, and thanks so much. And here's Over the Rainbow.
That you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, birds fly. Beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Thank you, dear Judy Garland. And now you fellas in Australia and India, in Panama and Hawaii, and on the ships at sea. Each one of you who has written into Command Performance to request a very lovely and very charming star can now turn to your buddy and say, see, I told you so. For tonight, Command Performance presents Ruth Hussey.
Yes, fellows. In the worldwide spotlight of Command Performance, it's lovely Ruth Hussey as Mrs. Rumpelmeyer and Cary Grant as Mr. Rumpelmeyer in a little drama of domestic life entitled Another Man's Family. The story of the sweetest, most lovable, nicest, darlingest family you ever met. As we look in now, we find the Rumpelmeyers in their living room. They're reading.
Oh, John, dear.
What is it, Mary, darling?
I was just wondering, dear, could you move the lamp a little closer to me?
Why, certainly, my sweet. I'll move the big lamp over to you, and I'll read by the small lamp. That is, unless you want the small lamp.
Oh, no, sweetheart. I'll take the small lamp, and you take the big lamp. That is, unless you want the small lamp.
Oh, no, dear, no. You take the small lamp and the big lamp. And I'll read by the light of this match. Piggy poo that I am.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Oh, my, there's Grandpa snoring again. Oh, he almost blew his head off. How old is Grandpa, darling?
Well, the couch is 15 years old, and Grandpa was sleeping there 5 years before we put it under him, about 82, dear.
Oh, my. Well, it's about time we had the couch upholstered.
Oh, Grandpa?
Oh, Mother, you're so sweet.
Oh, that reminds me, John, dear. You'll simply have to speak to Junior about his manners.
Well, why do you say that, darling?
Well, this morning, he pushed Grandma off the roof.
Well, did they? Well, now, it isn't a very high roof.
No, just 6 stories, and she looked so sweet going down.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Hello, Peter.
Junior, he's so sweet.
Oh, but you're sweeter than I am, Daddy.
Oh, yeah, but Mother is sweeter than we are.
Oh, but Grandpa's sweeter than the whole darn bunch of us.
Where is Sister, Junior?
I stuck her head in a barrel of molasses.
Oh, I'll bet she's so sweet. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here, Junior. Today is your birthday and also our wedding anniversary, and I have a big surprise for all of you.
What is it, dear?
I was fired today!
Were you really? Oh, isn't that wonderful? And we'll all starve.
Starving so sweet.
And I'm already hungry.
Oh, poor dear Junior. He does look starved, doesn't he?
He looks as if he hadn't had a square meal in the last 10 minutes.
Well, Junior, my little man, now if you're really hungry, run into the kitchen, and in the icebox you'll find a nice roast chicken and a big leg of lamb.
Oh, yummy. 1, 2, 3, O'Leary.
Oh, my, did he shut the door? Yes, he did. Look, won't Junior be surprised?
Why, dear?
Well, we haven't got any food in the icebox.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Daddy fooled me.
Yes, well, all right, Junior, that's enough now. Stop eating those colored candles.
But I have to.
Why?
Because they're in 6 delicious flavors. Cherry, orange...
Yes. All right.
Come in.
I'm terribly sorry to bring you this news, but I'm a truck driver, and I just ran over your son, Willie.
No. Well, don't you worry. We have another son.
Another son, eh? Well, put him out in the street. I'll be coming by tomorrow. Goodbye.
Isn't that strange? We lose more children like that.
All right, everybody, stick 'em up.
Oh, who's that?
A burglar.
Yeah, hand over your valuables.
Oh, well, we haven't any valuables. But I'll let you in on a little secret. Grandpa has some gold hidden away.
Gold? Hand it over.
You'll have to dig it out of his teeth. Junior, get this gentleman an ice pick. He's so sweet.
All right, never mind. I think I'll be going.
Oh, just a minute. You dropped your gun. Here.
Thanks. But here, ma'am, you take it.
No, thank you.
You need it more than I do.
And you're so sweet.
Well, Well, whatever am I going to do with this gun? It seems a shame to waste it. Darling.
Yes, dear? Oh, sweetheart. You shot me. I'm done for. But before I go, there's one thing I feel I must tell you. Even if it's with my last breath.
Yes? What is it?
You're so sweet. Well, fellas, as Mussolini said when the bomb hit his favorite spaghetti factory, that winds things up. But we'll be short-waving at you again next week at the same time. You can bank on that. Because we have a committee here in Hollywood that puts a 1A priority on those requests you send in to Command Performance. And this organization takes its name from that greater committee you're on over there, the Victory Committee. So long, boys!
Performance USA. The American entertainment industry salute to you fighting men of Uncle Sam's armed forces and your friends throughout the world. Thanks again for those letters. Keep them rolling into the station to which you are listening, and the answers will come rolling back to you each week and every week till it's over there. This is Don Wilson saying good night from Uncle Sam.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Here we go again, men, with Command Performance, Hollywood's own merry-go-round of stars with a brass ring at every turn. So take a run and jump, fellas, and hop on here beside the master of ceremonies hundreds of you have asked for. Here he is, fresh from a tour of training camps here at home, America's #1 box office attraction, Mickey Rooney.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and salutations to Uncle Sam's armed forces everywhere. Tonight, Command Performance greets you from California, where we've postponed our argument with the Florida sun until you guys have settled your argument with the rising sun. California, where people who used to complain about a little do are now bragging about a little do little. So clear the tracks and hang on to your GI hats, for here comes the Hollywood Platinum Streamliner on her second trip to the Command Performance. And, brother, from locomotive to caboose, it's first-class fare. Here she is, Miss Betty Hutton. Take it.
Finally found a fella, almost completely divine, but his vocabulary is killing this romance of mine. We get into an intimate situation, and then begins this Romeo's conversation. He says murder, he says, every time we kiss. He says murder, he says, at a time like this. He says murder, he says, is it the language of love? He says solid, he says, takes me in his arms and says solid, he says, meaning all my charms. He says solid, he says, is it the language of love? He says chick, you torture me, zoot, are we living? I'm thinking of leaving him flat. He says dig, the jumps the old tigger is given. Now he can talk plainer than that. He says murder, he says, every time we kiss. He says murder, he says, keep it up like this and that. Murder, he says, in an impossible tone. Will ring on nobody's murder but his own. He says
name's Marie, he says, Jackson, he says. Shahoot the snoot to me, he says, Jackson, he says. Is it the language of love? He says, woof, woof, he says. When he likes my hat, he says, what the heck is that? He says, woo, woo, he says. Is it the language of love? He says, hep, hep with helium. Now, babe, we're cooking in other expressions to wit. He says, we're into grooving. Dick Groove's good looking. He sounds like his uppers don't fit. He says, murder! He says, murder! And the way he says murder in that impossible tone, I've told him over and over and over again that it'll be nobody else's murder but his own.
Thank you, Betty Hutton. Now here's a letter written on USO stationery and dated May 13th at Pearl Harbor.
Dear Command Performance, the funniest bird you've had on our program so far was a robin, last name Burns. We don't want to sound piggish, but Bob Burns is our dish, and we're all set for a second helping. Signed, Private First Class, RVB.
Well, Private RVB, and all you others who have placed the request, here's your man, the fellow who left his folks in the state of Arkansas and now leaves his audiences in a state of hysterics, Bob Burns. Yeah!
Well, thank you, Mickey, and I want to thank all you fighting men for inviting me back here on this show. You know, this show is so big that only Uncle Sam could sponsor it. And I had my bazooka tonight. I had it all polished up and all the kinks out of it to play it in honor of this occasion. But when I heard that two of the biggest and the finest actors in show business were going to be on this show, I asked the War Department to let me work with them. Now, it's kind of hard for any of us to realize how long these two men have been visiting us over our radios. But, you know, this is their 14th anniversary. And I want you to help me now give a royal welcome to Amos and Andy. Come on, boys.
Well, thank you, Robin, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, now, wait a minute here, Mr. Godson. That's not the voice we all know so well.
Oh, excuse me, Bob. I guess I better get way up there where Amos talks. How's that, Mr. Burns?
Well, that's better, Amos. Now, how about a word from your partner here, Mr. Correll?
Well, I'm delighted to be here, Robin. Or as Andy would say, I was pleased to make your acquaintance.
That's the kind of talk we want to hear, ain't it? Sure. Yes, sir, but now you should have seen me in vaudeville, boys. You see, I do a dialect.
Yes, I've been noticing that, here. I ain't never heard nothing like it.
Yeah, let's hear your natural voice.
Yeah, but...
You see, the only trouble with this dialect you're doing, well, nobody would really talk that way.
Well, now, just a minute now, fellas. I ain't doing a dialect yet. This is my natural voice I'm using.
Yeah, well, excuse me for protruding. Something whisked past me there. What was that you say?
I've been trying to tell you, I've been talking in my natural voice.
You is?
I've been trying to tell you about a dialect I did way back before vaudeville died.
You didn't kill it, did you, Mr. Burns?
No, but I will say I was one of the pallbearers. But what I was getting at, boys, is, you know, it must be kind of hard for just the two of you to do all those dialects, those different voices you do.
Oh, it ain't much trouble.
No, you see, Mr. Burns, in case Lightning is talking like this, and then we change to Fluky Harris, I'm liable to end up like Brother Crawford and tell you that my wife is very unhappy, and I won't stand for it.
Well, folks, this just goes to prove that one's a crowd. But now, boys, as I was saying, when I was in vaudeville...
Well, Mr. Burns, you know, most of the time I just talk like Andy, except when I go out in society and get very charming as Henry Van Porter.
But, you know, there ain't many of us can still do that, I guess. Huh?
Of course, once in a while, Miss Burns, we do run into a little trouble. You remember, Andy, that time that I was showing you and the Kingfish and Lightning some buck and wing steps on the radio?
Yeah.
And I danced for about 30 or 40 seconds, and when that was over, we had a little trouble.
Yeah, Amos, he was kind of out of breath dancing, and the Kingfish and Lightning couldn't talk for a minute and a half.
You know, that reminds me now. Here it is, your 14th anniversary, and we haven't heard the kingfish tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, that kingfish, he been giving us some trouble here lately.
Oh, yeah, we had to leave him behind. I reckon he's sitting over at the Mystic Nights of the Sea Lodge Hall right now.
Yeah, we've been having trouble with him about his salary.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now, you mean you pay the kingfish his salary?
Yeah, but he ain't satisfied with what he getting.
You ain't, huh?
No.
Well, now, listen, boys. Now, get back to your real selves a minute. Now, I want to talk some business with you.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Burns, I'll slide back to my own voice here. What's on your mind, Bob?
Yeah, proceed with everything. If you want to talk business, go right ahead, Bob.
Well, you see, here's what I was thinking of. When I was in vaudeville, I used to do a blackface dialect, 2 different voices. One of my voices was just like the kingfish.
You don't say.
Yes, sir, just exactly like the kingfish. Now, if you're having trouble with the kingfish over salary, well, I got a little time on my hands right now.
Well, say, Bob, you don't mean to say that you're willing to play the kingfish for us?
Why not?
Well, how about salary?
I don't know what you pay the kingfish, but I'll do it for half.
That settles it. Let's fire him right now.
Here's the phone, Charlie. You talk to him.
Yeah, let me get that bum on the phone. He's been holding us up long enough.
Now, when I'm playing the kingfish, you see, I could throw in some jokes.
Yeah.
Mr. Nice of the Sea, Kingfish speaking.
Kingfish, this is Mr. Corral.
Oh, hello there, tight pockets.
So you don't think we've been paying you enough money, huh?
Say, listen, Mr. Corral, it's incomes like mine that's keeping Mr. Morgenthau awake nights.
Is that so? Where could you get another job at the money you're paying you now?
Well, Rochester can't live forever, you know.
Well, start looking for a better job, because you're through with us.
How's that again?
I say you're through with us. We've got Bob Burns to take your place.
Well, now, wait a minute, Mr. Corral, wait a minute. Now, look here, you can forget about the rails. Oh, you know I was just kidding you, Mr. Corral.
It's too late, Kingfish, too late. We're with Bob Burns now on the show here, and it's all settled.
Well, now, wait a minute, Mr. Corral. Maybe I could take a little cut here from what I'm getting from you.
No, Kingfish, sorry, but you're through. Well, that's settled.
Yes, Bob, from now on, you're the kingfish.
You'll never regret this, boys. It's a great character.
Now, Bob, how about running through a little scene with us?
Yeah, we'll ad-lib some lines as Amos and Andy, and you be the kingfish.
All right, boys, I can hardly wait to show you this. I've been practicing on the kingfish. You're going to be surprised. You're going to swear it's the kingfish.
All right, now, I'll tell you, Bob, as the scene opens, Amos and Andy are sitting in the office. And you walk in and I say to you as Amos, I say, well, hello there, Kingfish. How is you?
Yeah, come in, Kingfish.
Hello there. No, wait a minute. Hello there, Andy. No. Hello there, Andy. No, doggone it. Now, wait a minute. I don't go. I had it this morning. Hey, hello there, Amos. Doggone it. This morning, I'm telling you, this morning I was doing it so good that my cook tried to join the lodge. Yes. Hello there, boys.
Hold it. Hold it just a minute, Bob. I'll get that phone. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Corral, this is the Kingfish speaking. I've been listening to Mr. Burns doing me on the radio.
Oh, yes. How do you like him?
Confidentially, Mr. Corral, if you boys wish to have another anniversary, you got to start paying me more money.
Now, here's a letter from Private First Class PLJ. At the bottom of the letter, there's a notation by the censor as follows. If organization is named, do not specify location. So we'll just say that PLJ is in the 10th Infantry, somewhere out there. Here's his letter.
Dear Command Performance, when I used to live in Pasadena, my hobby was television. And my favorite performer was the First Lady of Television, Betty Rhodes. I'd be mighty grateful if you'd have her come on and sing a song just for me.
Well, PLJ, here she is, the singing sensation of the picture The Fleet's In, your favorite star, lovely Betty Rhodes.
Skylark, have you anything to say to me? Won't you tell me where my love can be? Is there a meadow in the mist where someone's waiting to be kissed? Skylark, have you seen a valley green with spring where my heart can go a journeying? Oh, over the shadows and the rain to a blossom-covered lane. And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy serenading the moon. Oh, skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there? Tell me where my love can be. Is there a meadow in the mist where someone's waiting to be kissed? Skylark, have you seen a valley green with spring where my heart can go a journeying over the shadows and the rain to a blossom-covered lane? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music of the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy serenading the moon. Oh, skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there? Won't you lead me there?
Thank you very much, Betty Rose. And an orchid to Mr. Billy Arts, who is conducting Local 47's Command Performance Orchestra tonight. Now, in response to letters from Rip, Brick, and Chud, 3 staff sergeants at France Field Canal Zone, and the many other fighting men throughout the world who have asked to hear this distinguished gentleman, I bring you a man who introduces himself by saying...
How do you do?
Why...
My people.
Why, it's Bert Gordon, the mad Russian. Why, Russian. And with him to keep him on the beam and off of the chandelier is his playmate of the networks, Harry Von Zell.
Thank you very much, Mickey. Thank
You're
you.
welcome, Harry. The Kremlin crumb is yours.
Thank you, macaroni.
Now, Russian, please.
Where did macaroni go?
Now, Russian, are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
All right. Now, before anything happens here, let me say that we've got to be serious here tonight.
Yes, of course.
Now, according to the program here, it says you're going to deliver a lecture to the doctors of the United States Army. Can that be right?
That is correct. I will have you know, when I was a chief sturgeon...
No, Russian, you don't mean sturgeon. You mean surgeon.
Oh.
Yes, a sturgeon is a big fat herring that hangs around a delicatessen store.
You leave my wife out of this. Tonight I'm going to lecture on surgical technique to the United States Medical Corps.
No. Now, excuse me. The word is corps, not corpse.
Did you ever see me operate?
No.
The word is corpse.
Now, listen, Russian, please cut that out and get on with the lecture. Now, what is your subject?
The subject, yes, the subject. The subject. The subject of my lecture is how the mad Russian takes out a man's appendix using a diffractive scalpel, an obstinate anesthesia, and a pantomimic serotherapy.
Yes. Well, what happened?
Shouldn't happen to a dog.
Now, Russian, I repeat, you have got to be sensible tonight. After all, this program is being heard all over the world by the fellows in Alaska, Australia, Trinidad, Sumatra.
Sumatra.
Sumatra. Sumatra.
What's the matter, baby?
Now, Russian,
Yes?
you're becoming ridiculous.
Don't
with this.
say that.
Well, you are. I don't believe that you know anything at all about anatomical complexity.
Ha ha ha! Silly boy. From the time I was a little kiddie, I wanted to be a great surgeon. Every day I am taking finger exercises to make my hands skillful. Finally, my hands are so delicate, so sensitive to the touch.
Yes?
I became a pickpocket.
All right, now let's get back to this. Russian, if you really are a doctor...
Yes?
Let me hear you repeat the Hippocrates Oath.
Not me. You think I'm a hypocrite?
No, listen, all right, Russian, I'll give up. If you've really got a speech to make, you go ahead and make it.
Very well. My dear doctors,
Yes.
let me state that it is not unusual in the human monotony to come across a case of double endocarditis.
What's that?
2 hearts.
4 spades.
Pass the cards. I'm dealing.
This Russian, get back to the heart, huh?
Why not? Why not?
Yes, all
Why
right.
not?
Now, what do you know about angina pectoris?
Angina pancake.
No.
Very good with syrup. Very good with syrup.
Now, listen, please, get back to the subject and stay there, Russian. You're supposed to talk about medicine.
Very well.
Well, all right.
You see, in the bloodstream of the human being, there are 2 different kinds of corporals. One is the red corporals, and the other is the white corporals. Now, the red corporals are not getting along with the white corporals, and vice versa.
Vice versa?
Or Venus. Therefore, causing dissension.
Yes.
By that I mean,
Yes.
they are continually fighting. And what are they fighting for?
I don't know.
Shall I tell her? They are fighting for supremacy. They are fighting and fighting and fighting. It's a terrible battle.
Who is winning?
What am I, a scorekeeper?
Russian, you constantly amaze me, really you do. Beneath that layer of Munchausen prevarication, you have an irrepressible ebullience. Or, as the French say, you have about you that air of je ne sais quoi.
How dare you! How do you like that? You don't smell so good yourself.
In addition, Russian, before you leave, I want you to understand this perfectly. You haven't fooled anybody here at all. We all know that you're no doctor.
Then how come last year, at the height of my career, when from coast to coast I was the toast, across the country I hitchhiked, a driver...
Hitchhicked?
Yes. A driver gave me a lift. A few miles further on, he suddenly slumped over the wheel.
Oh, cardiac?
No, Cadillac. It was imperative that I should operate immediately.
Yes.
But it was pitch dark.
It's dark.
In the scant illumination from the headlights, I am operating.
And what did you remove?
His wallet, the radio, and all 4 tires.
Now, there is some story. I don't believe that you operated
But
on the
I did. The nurse handed me one instrument after another.
Did you fluoroscope the
I
patient?
fluoroscoped them, I hyperscoped them, I gyroscoped them, and finally, I got the solution.
Well, what did you take out?
The nurse,
That's all. Go away.
That was Swellbird Gordon, and thanks to Harry Von Zell for his assistance. Now, as the Yardbird said his first night on sentry duty, halt! Look who's here! It's Harry James and his music makers, called back to command performance by a flock of requests from wherever this program is heard. And man, that's everywhere. One letter especially from Private BLP on a sandpile somewhere in the Pacific says, have Harry James blow that trumpet again, and we will promise to blow the Japs to, well, Harry, how's about it?
Well, it's a pleasure, Mickey. The fellas and I would like to salute the greatest fighting men in the world with an in-person presentation of our best-selling record, Sleepy Lagoon.
Thank you, Harry James, your trumpet and company. Now, here's a letter from two Marines located somewhere in the far-flung theater.
Mickey. All you're doing tonight is introducing other people. How about doing something yourself? Mickey?
Well,
All right,
Paul,
everybody knows you're a terrific impersonator, Mick. Now, why don't you give us some of your famous impressions of Hollywood celebrities?
Well, okay, Paul, you asked for it. I'll try a whole crowd, if I may. I'd like to take you on a little mythical trip to Madison Square Garden in the heart of New York City, where we'll hear the 15-round main event between champion Joe Louis and the contender for the title, Johnny Paycheck. All right, take it away, Madison Square Garden. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at Madison Square Garden, about to bring you the 15-round main event between champion Joe Louis and the contender for the title, Johnny Paycheck. As yet, both boys have knocked him into the center of the ring, but we expect them at any moment. Hey, Cookie, call that knockout program. All right, Jim, I'll see you within a few minutes. All right, there's Charlie Bello. Let's pick up his announcement. The main contestants of the evening, 15 rounds of boxing for the heavyweight championship of the world. From Des Moines, Iowa, weighing 187 1/4 pounds, wearing black trunks, Johnny Paycheck. Stand up, Paycheck. Take a bow. He gets a nice hand from the crowd. The opponent, considered the greatest heavyweight of all times, weighing 202 1/4 pounds, wearing purple tights, Joe Louis. Stand up, Louis. Take a bow. Louis gets a nice hand from the crowd. And here's the bell for round one. And your announcer, Clem McCarthy. Come in, Clem. And thank you. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Louis comes out and stalks him with the left hand. It's that same old Joe Louis that we've seen at the Garden time and time again. And he fires with the left hook to the body. But Basic danced away the blow. He didn't like the blow at all. And there Louis caught him with the left hook to the jaw. Basic once more danced away from the blow. Hello, Sam. And there Basic tried with the right to the body. And there Louis got him with the left hook. And Paycheck goes down. The count is 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Alpha Donovan has stopped the bout in the first round, and it's Louis by a knockout in the first round. Stick around. We're going to try and get a few words for you from champion Joe Louis. Pardon the CBS coming through there. Pardon us. Hey, Joe, turn around. Never mind. Will you now get out of here, buddy? Joe, ladies and gentlemen. Joe, that's all right. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Joe Louis. Joe, stand back, will you, Joe? Here's Joe. Tell us a little bit about the fight tonight. I mean, as long as it lasted. Joe Louis, did he hurt you in that first round tonight at all? Joe Louis. That's all right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tough fight, and I know if a fighter would get me, but I'll still keep the championship. Thank you very much. Well, men, the hands on the studio clock are waving goodnight. And according to the old adage, time waits for no man. But 130 million of us back here are waiting for the day when you put the clincher on that job you're doing and hurry home. And when it's all over, you can bet your bottom dollar that the world will be hailing the man with the whiskers, not hailing that guy with a mustache. Good night, fellas.
Don't forget, men, keep sending those letters to Command Performance in care of the station to which you're listening. Tell us what you want, and we'll deliver the goods. And by the way, if you happen to hear that a lot of us back home have stopped driving our cars to save rubber, it's true. The rubber we save is the rubber you're going to use to rub out the axis.
Old Time Radio USA will be right back with more of your favorite classics right after this.
It'd be great if life came with a remote control. You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here.
I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy. You know what? We should make an emergency communication plan. That way we're ready this year. At my dorm, we have emergency kits for earthquakes and wildfires, but I'm sure there's something more local I can send you with a link.
Okay.
Smart.
Protect your legacy. Visit ready.gov/plan for the tools and tips you need to start your emergency preparedness plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. They are our love bugs and companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life better. When we face unexpected challenges, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people and their pets. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Old Time Radio USA is proud to remember our veterans on this Veterans Day. Here is another salute to our veterans from the WOTR Radio Network.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang, this is your international filling station, Command Performance, where you drive in each week and say to the Hollywood stars, fill her up, buddy. And tonight, answering commands to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA, we'll not only fill her up, we'll run her over, for we've got you a quartet of gals that are tops all over the world. Dinah Shore, Helen Forrest, Lena Horne, and Frances Langford. Let's play them on with Four Pretty Girls Are Like a Melody. Well, gals, we didn't dare pick one mistress of ceremonies tonight, so will each of you reach into this hat and take a slip of paper, and there's a name on each slip. Dinah and Helen, will you draw one?
Draw one.
Please, Dinah.
The pub, you know.
Yes.
Helen, I've drawn the same name as you have.
And Lena, I've got the same name that's on your slip.
Hey, look, Francis, the same name. Same here. What is this, anyway?
I've been a busy little bee, haven't I?
Jerry Colonna!
Fellas, coming to you now with Bessie Mucho Jack, his Helen Forrest.
Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new. My arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would see love me forever and make all my dreams come true. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Oh, dearest one, if you should be, each little dream would take wing and my life would be and make all my dreams come true. Thank you very much. Fellas, you know that Command Performance gets a lot of requests for the familiar sounds from home. This one comes from New Caledonia. Dear Command Performance Screwballs, we don't hear the commercial radio announcements down here, so we'd like you to get a radio with push-button tuning and push this button, that button, and get the commercials all mixed up. Sell us everything from soap to nuts and make it as foolish as you can. Well, that's an unusual request, but we'll try most anything once.
Men, after a long, hard day in the jungle, the hot sun beating down, with perspiration pouring from every pore, do you...
Smell? Just take one smell of amnesia, the perfume that makes you forget. Not only does it make you forget, but it makes you...
Remember, it's the only coffee without caffeine. Drink Banker coffee and spend a wonderful night, untroubled by...
women. Does your husband toss at night? Does your husband snore?
The answer is yes. It may be years before you can buy a new car, so we ask you this.
Do you have B.O.? Then get the soap with 1,000,000 bubbles. Get the soap that banishes B.O. Get into the shower and say...
Hello, honey. You look so well groomed tonight. And darling, your hair is so sleek and shiny since you began using...
Hexaco motor oil. Get the best. Get Hexaco, the same oil you'll find in...
your powder room. Yes, your powder room is more than a center of cleanliness. Your powder room should be a place to...
breathe your evening herald. Get the news while it is news. When all about you are world-shaking events, ask yourself this. Do you...
smell? Take one smell of amnesia, the perfume that makes you forget.
fellas, I want to discuss Lena Horne for a second. Seems that Clarence E. McLeod and 8 of his buddies at 512 have written Old Command Performance a letter. They say, thanks to Command Performance for having made this a better war. Along with that letter comes a beautiful scroll, a parchment scroll. It's done up like a Fifth Avenue corsage, and it says, quote, to Lena Horne, over miles of troubled waters, you have never failed to perform at our humble command. We salute you and watch with pride your star of fame being upward borne. We love you, our Lena, for singing the songs of old. Unquote. Fellas, here's Lena Horne.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Colonna. And Clarence McLeod, to you and your pals at 512, I really don't know what to say, except you're the finest kind of friends a girl could have. I'll bet you worked at least a week on that scroll, and believe me, I'll work every week that you want me to here. And for all of you men everywhere, here's a little tune in part payment. Mad about the boy. It's pretty funny, but I'm mad about the boy. He has a gay appeal that makes me feel there's maybe something sad about the boy. When I'm walking down the street, his eyes look out at me from people that I meet. I can't believe it's true, but when I'm blue in some strange way, I'm glad about the boy. I'm hardly sentimental, and love is so sublime. I have to pay my rental, and I can't afford to waste much time. If I could employ a little magic that would finally destroy this dream that pains me and enchains me, but I can't, because I'm mad about the boy. I'm hardly sentimental, and love isn't so sublime. I have to pay my rental, and I can't afford to waste much time. If I could employ a little magic that would finally destroy this dream that pains me and enchains me, but I can't, because I'm mad about the boy. I'm mad about the boy.
Thank you, Lena Horne. And fellas, as long as we're tossing out bouquets tonight, here's another girl who stands high in the top 10 of those who are making the biggest contribution to show business at war. Frances Langford.
I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're near me. Funny, but when you're near me, bright as the stars we're under. Oh, is it any wonder I'm in the mood for love? Why stop to think of whether this little dream might fade? We put our hearts together. Now we are one. I'm not afraid if there's a cloud above. If it should rain, we'll let it. But for tonight, forget it. I'm in the mood for love. Why stop to think of whether this little dream might fade? We put our hearts together. Now we are one. I'm not afraid if there's a cloud above. If it should rain, we'll let it. But for tonight, forget it. I'm in the mood for
Thank you, Francis Langford. Well, fellas, if command performance has a history, a lot of that history has been written by Dinah Shore. The two have been together from the beginning, and we have to have a special little room for the letters you write asking for Dinah. Well, here she is again, Miss Command Performance herself, Dinah Shore.
Hi, fellas. Hello, Professor. Oh, goodness, Professor, aren't you ill at ease with all these girls?
Oh, no, indeed. Why, just last night I had dinner with 15 cover girls.
You did? How'd you get the invitation?
Rita Hayworth was standing on the front porch whistling for her dog, and I beat the dog by 10 feet.
Say, Professor, I hear you're considering a visit with our troops in the Arctic Circle. You know, it's pretty cold up there.
But I've solved that. You see, I shall sew myself in a suit of red flannel.
Sew yourself in a suit of red flannels? How'll you ever get out?
Trap door in the back.
I think I'd better change the subject to music. Fellas, here's one I think you may like. Long ago and far away. Dreary days are over. Life's a four-leaf clover. Sessions of depressions are through. Every hope I longed for long ago come true. Long ago and far away, I dreamed a dream one day, and now that dream is here beside me. Long the skies were overhead, but now that dream is past. You're here at last. Chills run up and down
my spine. Aladdin's lamp is mine. The dream I dreamed was not denied me. Just one look and then I knew that all I longed for long ago was you.
Thanks a lot. Say, Professor,
Yes, my dear?
couldn't we get Frances Langford, Helen Forrest, and Lena Horne around, and we'll gather around the piano and ad-lib a wee bit of this and that?
That's a splendid idea. I'm on with 4 fine girls. This manpower shortage is a great thing.
It certainly is. It certainly is, Professor. You'll be able to take all 4 of us out to dinner.
That reminds me, Francis, I have to make a phone call.
Well, go back here, Professor. Come on, kids, let's do those twos. Here's one for Lena from the CB gang named Step and a Half, Bulldozer, Satchel, and Fatty Podak. A bit of Let's Get Lost.
Let's get lost, lost in each other's arms. Let's get lost, lost in each other's charms. Say, Francis, at 957 they want Don't Sweetheart Me. They meaning the Stovepipe Gang, including Dusty, Torpedo, Chicken Reel, and Knothead. Don't sweetheart me if you don't mean it. Don't talk sweet words if they're not true.
Say, Dinah, at 980, Snuffy, Scoop, and Little Charlie have a problem. What's the problem, Franny? No love. I understand that's a general condition.
No love, no nothing, till my baby comes home. No, sir, no nothing, long as baby must roam.
How about putting your vocal cords to the grindstone, Helen Forrest? And look at this, will you? A gang of Marines, including Sarge Chuck O'Connell, Tom Peebles, Porky Peltier, and Alioup Amar, have named La Belle Forrest their swoon girl. Oh. Helen, swoon those leathernecks a hunk of my idea.
Will I ever find the girl in my mind, the one who is my ideal? Maybe she's a dream, and yet she might be just around the corner, waiting for me.
And how about this? Corporal Shelton, 763, likes classical music. So, Professor, a little opera music, please.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! Horse opera.
Hey, Lena. Yes, Ellen. Knock a few bars of Paper Doll for 980 and Pop the Chief, Hillbilly Lee, Barefoot Joe, and Pete the Screaming Lover.
I want to buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other girlies cannot steal.
When I was a small boy, I had to live with 6 Great Danes and a Cocker Spaniel.
Heavens! Heavens, Professor, what did your mother say?
Shouldn't happen to a dog.
Helen, let's
forget Colonna and remember the gang in the Navy who love that song, Yours.
All right. Yours till the stars have no glory. Yours till the birds fail to sing. Yours to the end of life's story. This pledge to you, dear, I bring. Hey, girls, there must be about 4 billion requests for Dinah to sing San Fernando Valley. You packing that grip, girl? Oh, I'm packing my grip. She's packing her grip. And I'm leaving today. She's leaving today. Oh, I'm taking a trip. She's taking a trip. California way. California way. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam.
Can we count on
never more roam. I wish you gals would let me take one line alone.
And speaking of California, Dinah, a lot of fellas have another town on their mind. I want to be seen.
San Francisco, open your golden gate. Don't let a stranger wait outside your door.
That's true, Francis. But the East is still on the map, too.
For example?
Drifting with a current down a moonlit stream, while above the heavens in their glory gleam. Hey, listen, girls. Say, if you're talking about favorite parts of the good old USA, what about this town? Won't you come along with me? Come along with me. Down the Mississippi. Down the Mississippi. We'll take a boat to the land of dreams. Float down the river down to New Orleans.
Girls, come, wait. We're forgetting things here. The command performance mail. Dinah for Private Tony Lodico and Flo and 149. A bit of getting sentimental.
Never thought I'd fall, but now I feel a cold.
And Sister Langford, how about the QM gang at 559? Jungle Jim, Pee Wee, Hatfield, Speedy, and Duck Butter. Some of that begin, if you please, Frank.
When they begin to begin, it brings back the sound of music so tender.
And Helen, for Private Roy Huff in that General Hospital at 508, and for Gene Barnes and the Hangar A Mob at 938.
My heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything.
And Lena, for the Hut Hit 15 crowd in Iceland, Medicos at 761, Driscoll, the 10th Avenue Kid at 923, and the 650 gang, including...
Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you.
I may get replaced for stopping you, but the professor just looked at his watch. It's time for you girls to go Betty-bye, shall we say? Good night to the boys now.
Good night, soldiers, sailors, and Marine Corps. Good night, soldiers. We will I'd like to sing more. Frankfurt, Lena, Forest, and Shore.
Who'd ask for more?
1, 2, 3, 4. But I couldn't count, did you?
Oh, we'll say good night, GIs, CBs, and the Navy. Good night, GIs, especially if you're on KP. Keep your chin up. It's you we'd love to pin up. Good night, GIs. Good night.
Who won the crap game? What do you know? They're asleep.
Where?
Over there.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hello out there. This is Elliot Lawrence and all the gang on Here's to Veterans. We're coming your way with a little heart-to-heart theme music, and like our theme, some mighty important heart-to-heart talk with all you ex-service men and women and you folks everywhere. We're transcribed for you by the Veterans Administration in cooperation with the American Federation of Musicians. First off, it's a regular ceremony of the ritual fire dance. Boys, let's get with it. Here goes. Yes, sirree, gang. That was the ritual fire dance. This is Elliot Lawrence again with some of that heart-to-heart talk I spoke of a little earlier. You know, among the important benefits you World War II veterans have are your GI Bill, loan guarantee privileges. Now, some of you may be planning on a GI loan to help you buy a home or a farm, or perhaps to start a business. Well, remember that you've got time enough to play things safe. You have at least until July 25th, 1957, to make the best possible use of your GI loan benefit. Gang, that's a long way off from now. And here's another point to remember. The law does not allow the Veteran Administration to lend you money under the GI Bill. No, what you must do is go to a lender. What the VA does is to guarantee or insure a part of the GI loan you arrange with a lender. I've got a few more tips about GI loans that you'll find valuable to keep in mind. A little later, I'll pass them along to you. But for now, I'd like to sit down at the piano and play for you a lovely melody. Elegy to a Man. This is Elliot Lawrence again. Suppose now we get back to that subject we were talking about a moment ago, GI loans. Remember, we said you still have several years to make wise use of this benefit. Also, you know that you have to go to a lender, not to the VA, to borrow the money. Now then, when you go to see your lender, take along your original discharge papers. He can then arrange for the VA's guarantee or insurance of your loan. And here's another useful tip. If you want to use your GI loan to buy a home, check up beforehand on the neighborhood, the schools, bus lines, and so on. Or if you're planning to start a business, work out your proposition to the last dot beforehand. You see, a lender is less likely to turn down a reliable person who can prove he knows exactly what he's doing. Remember, veterans, a loan is a business deal, and GI loans are no exception to the rule. Jerry Mulligan and I have been trying to lift ourselves up in this world by turning out a number on the modern side called Elevation. Boys, let's start climbing. Well, gang, it's been fun being with you on Here's to Veterans. Yours truly, Elliot Lawrence. The rest of the boys in the band come to you transcribed by the Veterans Administration in cooperation with the American Federation of Musicians, James C. Petrilla President, whose members have donated their services, and with this station, who has contributed its time in the public interest. Tune in again, folks, for more solid musical fun on Here's the Veterans. And now, here's a word from your station announcer.
We'll be right back with more radio classics right after these messages.
It'd be great if life came with a remote control. You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here. I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy. You know what? We should make an emergency communication plan. That way we're ready this year. At my dorm, we have emergency kits for earthquakes and wildfires, but I'm sure there's something more local I can send you with a link.
Okay.
Smart.
Protect your legacy. Visit ready.gov/plan for the tools and tips you need to start your emergency preparedness plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. They are our love bugs and companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life better. When we face unexpected challenges, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people and their pets. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Thank you to all our veterans on this Veterans Day. From Old Time Radio USA and the WOTR Radio Network.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Okay there, men, here's that big league show of yours where all the players are all stars and everyone a four-letter star, with letters from the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Coast Guard. So let's get rolling with the command officer of command performance tonight, your choice for Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Edward Arnold.
Thank you, Paul Douglas. Hello, fellows. You know, here in Hollywood, when an actor is away from the set, they shoot around him till he gets back. Right now, we're shooting around you fellows who are doing the shooting over there. But we're going full blast with production. Now, speaking of shooting, Command Performance is really going to shoot the works tonight with a cast that's bigger than a 16-gun salute. From North Island to Australia and from Africa to Aruba, your letters have poured in for a famous lady and a famous song that she introduced just 25 years ago. And, fellows, here they are, assisted by Reginald Bean, Laura Vaughns, and Ella Lashley, and the St. Louis Blues, and Ethel Waters.
I hate to see that evening sun go down. Oh, no. I hate to see that evening sun go down. Oh, Sister Mo. 'Cause my sweet man's done left me in this town. Your good man done gone. If I'm feeling tomorrow like I feel today. Oh, Lord. Feeling tomorrow like I feel today. Took your man away. I'm packing my grip and making my getaway. And make your getaway. Why, that St. Louis woman that wore them diamond rings led my man around my apron string. If it wasn't for her powder and for her store-bought hair, the man I love wouldn't have gone nowhere, nowhere. Got the St. Louis blues, and I'm blue as I can be. My man's got a heart like rock cast in the sea, or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. But when you see me leaving pin crepe on your door, won't be dead, just ain't coming back no more. Got my railroad blues, railroad fare, feel like riding and just nowhere. Even get me a train 15 coaches long. When you look for waters, I'll be gone. The train I ride is Mark Santa Fe. Carry me back yonder to Tennessee, to my dear old mama and dad. Bestest time I ever had. So long, 'cause I'm on my way.
Thank you, Ethel Waters and the trio. And thanks to Konstantin Bakalanikoff and the RKO Studio Orchestra, appearing through the courtesy of Local 47. And now for Corporal KDL at APO 958, for MAB at that embassy in Quito, Ecuador, and for 14 Pennsylvania Irishmen now in North Island, the strangest phenomena of the 20th century, the only living fish mimic, Richard Haydn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before this microphone, the only natural fish mimic in the entire universe. There are, of course, other mimics, but none so completely natural as myself. This is no time for tittering. I am married, having a wife and 2 children. And in passing, it is interesting to note that they cannot imitate fish at all. In appearance, I am rising 63, of medium stature, having a whitish hair, a pointed face, glasses, and a fawn moustache. and looking at me, it is difficult to imagine why I have been endowed with this great gift. By great gift, I of course refer to my powers of fish mimicry, and not to my fawn moustache. I did not discover my great gift until, as you see, late in years. And the method of its discovery is in itself highly entertaining. I must insist upon a deathly hush. To use the words of one critic after my first recital, it does not seem possible in this day and age that such things can occur. Some 5 years ago, I was out shopping when a errand boy dropped a package upon my foot. As is natural under such circumstances, I cried out, inadvertently emitting the call of the goby or sea squirt. And a well-known fishmonger who was passing on a bus got off and said, "That voice is a gold mine." My reply was, "What do you mean?" And over a cup of tea he told me, since that day my life has been one long extravaganza. When I decided I don't want to have to get ugly. When I decided to allow the world to share my great gift by going on the stage, my friends all said, "You must be mad. That life will kill you." My reply was, "Well, we will see." I will now give you a demonstration of one of my most superhuman feats. I will imitate the call of the red-bellied gudgeon or a blushing fish. This call is so high in the scale as to be completely inaudible to the human eardrum. Dogs. You'll do yourself an injury. Dogs can hear it, however, as their eardrums are highly sensitive. And it is also audible to a certain lady friend of mine, a Mrs. Phelps, who lives on the Norfolk Broads and who has been endowed, through some caprice of Mother Nature, with the eardrums of a elk hound. Please. Silence, I beg of you. I will now give the call of the red-bellied gudgeon or blushing fish, and although you will hear practically nothing, I advise you to watch the expression on your dog's face. Should you chance to have him or her with you. Are you ready? Now will you be perfectly quiet and watch your dog's faces? Amazing, is it not?
Thank you, Richard Haydn. Well, men, in your letters to Command Performance, you ask for the best and you'll continue to get it until that duration becomes reality. And that's why tonight, in answer to those letters from Australia, Trinidad, and the Canal Zone, from ships in the Pacific and the Atlantic, from you men on the islands out there west of the West Coast, from pilots and bombardiers, from men in the Tank Corps and infantry, and hundreds more, your country's greatest violinist, Jascha Heifetz. By worldwide command of the AEF, accompanied by Emanuel Bay, Mr. Heifetz plays Schubert's Ave Maria. As his concluding selection, Mr. Heifetz plays Drigo's Valse Bluette. Thank you, Yasha Heifetz. On behalf of Uncle Sam's fighting men throughout the world. You know, fellas, it's seldom that one program, a program there's so much music on, an abundance of musical genius. You've just heard the world's greatest violinist, Yasha Heifetz, and now standing before me is another great violinist. I'm sure you'll all be thrilled to hear him.
Well, I hope so.
That great American violin virtuoso, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Edward Arnold. You know, fellas, I'm in a terribly embarrassed position tonight, as it just so happens, well, you may not believe this, but the two numbers that I had prepared for this evening were the same two numbers that Mr. Heifetz chose to play. When I heard Mr. Heifetz play the first number, I said to myself, oh, Jack, this is just a coincidence. I still have one more. But when I heard him play the second one, I damn near swooned. Of course, our technique is entirely different. You see, Mr. Heifetz is more of a straight violinist, whereas I go in for novelties. In fact, last week, at a benefit performance, I played a beautiful song called When the Swallows Return to Capistrano. This was quite novel, as I had a string attached to the little finger of my bow arm. And in this number, When the Swallows Return to Capistrano, as I would draw my bow to and fro across the violin, it would ring a mission bell. I also gulp frequently to indicate swallows. People are still talking about it. Of course, fellas, I'd like to point out, as long as I have to play on the program this evening, is that at least Mr. Heifetz's violin and mine are entirely different. You see, Mr. Heifetz has an Italian violin. I believe it's a Stradivarius. I bought mine at 3rd and Main. I got a hell of a buy on it. Of course, I'm in kind of a spot now. I hardly know what to do, as both of my selections have been, shall I say, nipped by Mr. Heifetz. Let's see. Mr. Heifetz. Mr. Heifetz. Yes. Mr. Heifetz, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Benny. Benny? Yes, Jack Benny. I'm a violinist, too, you know. Oh, yes. You're a radio comedian, aren't you? Oh, well, I do dabble in radio occasionally, but my real talent lies in the field of music. And incidentally, I do want to congratulate you on your rendition of those two selections.
Thank you so much.
Which I had intended to play.
Well, I'm sorry that happened. If you'd spoken to me before this program, I could have substituted other numbers.
Well, it doesn't really make any difference because I have other numbers up my sleeve too, brother. But I was just thinking, Mr. Heifetz, rather than playing a solo, it might be a good idea if we played a duet together. What the hell are you laughing at? What do you say, sir?
Why, I think that would be rather amusing. Is there anything in particular you would care to suggest?
Oh, I don't know. I'll leave that to you, Mr. Heifetz. What would you suggest?
Well, let's see. How about Paganini's Perpetuum Mobile?
Well, what was that? What was that, Mr. Heifetz?
Paganini.
Paganini's
Paganini.
Perpetuum Mobile. Oh. Well, I'll tell you the truth, Mr. Heifetz, that song has been done to death. Isn't there something else you could suggest? I mean, something?
Yes, I suppose so. Let's see. How about the Saint-Saëns introduction and Rondo Capriccioso?
Well,
you know,
the sun.
Saint-Saëns.
The sing-song.
You know.
Yes, I see. I don't know. That number never seemed to get anywhere. I mean, people don't hum it, you know? Look, Mr. Heifetz, how about our playing Love in Bloomiocio? It's very catchy.
Blooming what?
Love in Bloomiocio.
Love in Bloomio?
Yeah.
Bloomiocio. I don't believe I know that one.
He's supposed to be a great violinist. Well, look, Mr. Heifetz, let's you and I play. I have a suggestion. We'll play McDowell's To a Wild Rose. How would that be?
McDowell's To a Wild Rose?
Yeah, you know, Jeanette McDowell's To a Wild Rose. Shall we?
Yes. But, unfortunately, I haven't rehearsed that number in years.
Good. Now, look, Mr. Heifetz, you take the first strain, I'll take the second, and we'll alternate throughout the number. And then, could I have A, please? So what thing is this? That's close enough, I think. We have an introduction. You take the first strain, will you, Mr. Heifetz?
Thank you.
If you please. Yes, thank you. McDowell's To Wild Rose. An introduction, please. If you please, Mr. Heifetz.
Thank you.
I'll take it from here. Honest, folks, can you tell the difference? Continue, Mr. Heifetz, please.
How am I doing, Mr. Benny?
Very good. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Heifetz. I believe right there in that last strain.
Quite finished. Just now.
Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. But, look, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but look, Mr. Heifetz, I did think in that last strain, if I remember correctly, you should have played it in double stops. May I show you? May I show you what I meant? Something like this. See what I mean there?
Much better.
Much better.
Much better.
Now, I have a little cadenza in here.
Go ahead.
How was that?
Shall we continue?
Yes. I'll G-string it here a little bit. I bet you thought I was going to be lousy, did you?
Thank you, Yasha Heifetz and Jack Benny. Well, fellows, as Jack Benny just said when he put his violin back in the mothballs, that's all. Again next week, Command Performance will be on deck to show a good time to you guys who are giving the Axis a bad time. This is Edward Arnold speaking from Hollywood, where the stars come through with flying colors for you men who keep the colors flying over there. And by the way, fellows, if you run across a little jerk named Hitler and he's complaining about the summer heat, tell him it's not half as hot as the hell he's going to get from Uncle Sam. So long.
That's it, fellas. Command Performance USA and good night from the stars you've just heard. We're on 24-hour watch for those letters, men, so keep them rolling into Command Performance, care of the station to which you're listening, and your big show will be rolling out to you each week and every week till it's over there. This is Paul Douglas saying the best of the best from the USA.